No.
Good morning, Bhante.
Good morning, Bhante.
Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day, beautiful summer day. Dear friends in the Dhamma, today is Saturday, 23rd we are going to start a special meditation day retreat. So, Bhante Pemaratana, I think many of you know Bhante Pemaratana. He came yesterday all the way from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So thank you, Bhante, for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much. So, today Bhante is going to share his Dhamma knowledge with our Dhamma friends. Bhante is, let me briefly introduce Bhante Pemaratana. Bhante Pemaratana is the abbot of Pittsburgh Buddhist Center in Pennsylvania and the abbot of Ohio Buddhist Center in Cleveland, Ohio. Bhante Pemaratana received his PhD in religious studies at the University of Pittsburgh. So he's a scholar monk, and
it's not good for meditation.
So we are very happy to spend you, Bhante, and share the Dhamma today. And those who are joining online, please sit comfortably wherever you are, and try to pay attention all the day for this program. So we hope you get much benefits and develop your Dhamma knowledge as well as your inner peace. So now I am very respectfully invite to Bhante Pemaratana to start the session. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Please say sadhu 3 times to welcome Bhante. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you very much, Bhante Panyasiri, for inviting me and also taking care of me since yesterday. And thank you everyone for coming up to do this practice, and also thank you everyone who are joining over YouTube. And so today we have a full day program, and let us make use of this opportunity to train our mind. So the theme of our day is learning to calm the mind, and of course in Buddhist meditations we have mainly 2 approaches. One is to calm the mind, and second one is to use calmness to develop more insightful knowledge about our life. But since we have only a kind of day program, most of the time we will train our mind to calm, and then from time to time we will also open that calmness to have more deeper realizations of of what is happening in our body and mind, what we call vipassana. But most of the practices will be related to developing calmness, or samadhi or samatha. So that's our goal today. And so I have scheduled programs. I will briefly describe what we are going to do in next few hours. So first we will observe 8 non-monastic precepts, or Ajiva Attamaka Sila. So these are not the usual 8 precepts that we observe on full moon day, but this is basically 8 precepts that we even can follow regularly, which has more precepts about speech, because speech is where we can be distracted easily. So we pay more attention to our speech in these precepts. So we'll observe those 8 non-monastic precepts to live through the day, and then we will do a short chanting to start our practice. And then I will give you introduction and orientation, maybe basic guidelines, what we are going to practice, and then we will have a guided meditation. And after that meditation, if you have any, I would like to spend some time on talking about the different postures that we can follow in order to meditate, helping us to find physical comfort, physical stability mainly, to help our meditation, because it's really important that we find the important balance in the body for us to have a successful meditation. So we will spend some time on training in postures, and then we will have another guided meditation, and then we will have Buddha Puja, offering to the Buddha around 11:15, and we will have our lunch after that. And after short break, we will start again at 12:30, and then we will start with the Sutta discussion. We have prepared all the suttas and the recitations in the booklet, so we will be discussing that. And then after Sutta discussion, we will do a walking meditation. So we can learn the steps, and either we can use this space or maybe even outside. And then we have 4 to 5 minutes walking meditation. And then we will continue that walking meditation into back to sitting meditation. So the combination of walking and sitting meditation can really be helpful. So that will be in the afternoon. After a long meditation on sitting meditation, we will have a break. And after the break, we will have tea. But I would like to incorporate having tea also to be a part of the meditation. So we call meditation with tea. So we'll use the whole experience of drinking tea as a way to develop our mindfulness. And then we will have a question and answer session. Whatever questions that you have about the practice or the things that we discuss, we can ask during that time. Even when you discuss sutta, we can ask questions. And then after the question and answer session, we will have another short meditation session, and we will end everything with sharing of merits and chanting at 4:30. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is the plan for today. I think I will distribute these recitations. Can you give one each? Maybe. So maybe for those who are joining over on YouTube, they should receive this via email, I think. So those who are joining us over YouTube, if you like to have a recitation and also the suttas that we are going to discuss today, maybe you can use your chat section and send your email. So I will ask Bhante Panyasiri to send you email you the chanting booklet and the suttas that we are going to discuss. Yeah. Let me tell him. Ini ni mengkati juga ya lagi online ini kati online ini kati tapi ya lagi email lewan lagi lagi Sutra discussion lagi mungkin email or ya mau mana booklet ini. So there are some Pali chants, so let us try to chant slowly. So then, in order to observe the 8 non-monastic precepts, Ajivattamaka Sila, let us recite Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa 3 times. Namaskar.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adinna dana veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Kamesu miccācara veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Musāvāda veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Pisunāya vācāya veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Parusāya vācāya veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Samphappalāpa veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Micchā ājīvā veramani. Sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Tisaranena saddhiṃ ājīva attamaka sīlaṃ dhammang sādukang surakkitaṃ kattvā appamādena sampādē tabbang. Let us turn over and let us read the English translations of the precepts that we observe right now. Let us read together. I undertake the training rule to abstain from taking life. I undertake the training rule to abstain from taking what is not given. I undertake the training rule to abstain from sensual misconduct. I undertake the training rule to abstain from false speech. I undertake the training rule to abstain from malicious speech. I undertake the training rule to abstain from harsh speech. I undertake the training rule to abstain from useless speech. I undertake the 21 rule to abstain from strong livelihood. Okay, let us live by these precepts today. And these precepts are important not only today, but for any day, but especially for today to help our meditation practice. We will live by these precepts today. Okay, let us start with some chanting to venerate the Buddha. Okay, we will first recite Namaskare, then English. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Let us read together salutation to the Triple Gem. The Buddha, absolutely pure, with ocean-like compassion, possessing the clear sight of wisdom, destroyer of worldly self-corruption, devotedly indeed that Buddha I revere. The teaching of the Lord, like a lamp, illuminating the path and its fruits, the deathless, that which is beyond the conditioned world, devotedly indeed that Dhamma I revere. The Sangha, the most fertile ground for cultivation, those who have realized peace, awakened after the accomplished one, noble and wise, all longing abandoned, devotedly indeed that Sangha I revere. This salutation should be made to that which is worthy. Through the power of such good action, may all my obstacles disappear. Having heard the teachings of the Lord, we know this. Birth is dukkha, aging is dukkha, and death is dukkha. Sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair are dukkha. Association with the disliked is dukkha. Separation from the liked is dukkha. Not attaining one's wishes is dukkha. In brief, 5 grasping groups are dukkha. These are as follows: attachment to form, attachment to feeling, attachment to perception, attachment to mental formations, attachment to sense consciousness. For the complete understanding of this, the Blessed One in his lifetime frequently instructed his disciples in just this way. In addition, he further instructed, form is impermanent, feeling is impermanent, perception is impermanent, mental formations are impermanent, sense consciousness is impermanent, form is not self, feeling is not self, perception is not self, mental formations are not self, sense consciousness is not self. All conditions are transient. There is no self in the created or the uncreated. All of us are bound by birth, aging, and death, by sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair, bound by dukkha and obstructed by dukkha. Let us all aspire to complete freedom from suffering. The Blessed One, who long ago attained Parinibbana, is our best refuge. So too are the Dhamma and the Sangha. Attentively we follow the pathway of that Blessed One with all our mindfulness and strength. May the cultivation of this practice lead us to the end of every kind of suffering. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, so now we have prepared a good mindset to engage in a wholesome practice. Just to give an understanding of how what we are going to do now. So this practice is actually cultivation of the mind or training of the mind. The whole practice is based on the teaching that our mind is not a fixed thing. Our mind is not a static thing. Although we use the term mind as a noun for our convenience, what we call mind is not actually a fixed object. It's actually a process. Or we use the term sota or vijnana sota, which is to mean that it is a flow. So what we call mind is actually a flow, a process. Process of few aspects, not even one process. And because it is a flow, it is continuously flowing. And if we want, we can guide or channel this flow to the direction that we would like it to be, to a wholesome direction, to the direction of wisdom, to the direction of compassion. Even though whether we channel it or not, whether we guide it or not, it's going to flow. It's going to flow. The mind is flowing all the time, and that whole mental process is flowing continuously. Where it is flowing, we don't know. We have no idea. It all based on, wherever we are, in what situations we have to go through, what problems we have to handle, or who are the people we are with, So what is around us will decide where our mind will flow. But if we want, as human beings, we can use our skills to direct that flow, to channel that flow to a wholesome place. So the whole meditation practices are helping us to do that, to guide our mind to flow into a wholesome place and also to a place of wisdom. And on the other hand, meditation practice also based on teaching that our mind is very good at learning anything. Learning means that it's very good at being conditioned by anything, because it is all, whether we consciously do it or not, is going to learn. It's going to learn means to absorb things very fast. If we allow our mind to do some kind of reactions 2-3 times, and then it becomes a habit, and then mind will absorb it, and then next time we don't have to think about it, and it will become like a natural or automatic, not natural actually, a more habitual pattern in our mind. So there are so many such patterns that we have taught to ourselves without consciously, but simply observing others, being with others, and also reacting to situation without much awareness of it. So therefore it's so mind is more like a very fast learning. We don't call it machine, right? What do you want to call it? Very learning, fast learning organism. Let's say that, and it's easily been conditioned, easily been easily learned. So therefore, whether we purposely train it or not, it's going to get trained anyway. It's going to get trained. It means not necessarily trained, but it's going to get conditioned. So it's going to happen anyway. So, but what we are doing in meditation is use this flowing nature of the mind, and also this ability of the mind to learn, this this nature of learning. So we use that to purposely grow our mind. That is why we use term bhavana, which actually means to cultivation, to cultivate. So we can let the mind simply to flow wherever it wants to flow. We can let the mind to simply learn whatever learn. So we kind of, it's more like an abandoned garden. But we can also purposely introduce our our awareness and then purposely guide that. So the bhavana is for that. So that is what we are going to do, and we are going to learn those skills that we can continue this cultivation even after the meditation session, right? So I'm so glad that we decided to give this chance to ourselves, yeah. And whatever training that we had before, today we can remind those trainings and then strengthen our practice. Today I'm going to use a lot of our body awareness as an anchor for us to find calmness. We can use different meditation objects to find the calmness. We will do that, but basically I would like you to tune your attention more to your body, and use even use very subtle sensations in the body. It can be even uncomfortable sensation, unpleasant sensation, but use it as an anchor, a place that you can keep your mind right here without letting it to run, letting it to have many other thoughts. So in order for us to understand that the benefit, or maybe that how our body can help our meditation, I have a sutta that we can briefly read, and then that will help us to practice our body awareness meditation. So let us okay, so there's no page numbers here. Yes. there's Sutta called Chappana Sutta, first discourse, this one, Chappana Sutta. Are you comfortable with the sun hitting your face? Yeah.
Trying to
Yeah. But it will move. Yeah, the sun is moving.
Yes, thank you.
Or maybe let's take time to take turns to read and try to understand. And before we read this sutta, we just have a moment of gratitude to the generations of monks and whoever practitioners who actually preserved these teachings. It is very easy and convenient for us to today simply print out and and read this sutta like this, but in order to make this sutta available for us for many centuries, so many monks and so many other supporters have dedicated so much to preserve this teaching for more than 26 centuries. So this teaching comes to us due to sacrifice and dedication of so many generations of people. So we just have that gratitude because it's not an easy for a fully enlightened being, for a Buddha to appear in the world. Once he appeared in the world, he will reveal the teachings, and then we need a way to transmit that teachings from generation to generation. So for that we need committed group of people. So we are so fortunate that today these teachings are available to us, but it's thanks to so many people, so many monks and other practitioners. Let's have that gratitude. Okay, with that, any volunteer for me to read the first paragraph? Okay, yeah, thank you.
Suppose that a man, wounded and festering, were to go into a swampy jungle. Its sharp-bladed grasses would pierce his feet. Its thorns would scratch his festering sores. and so, from that cause, he would experience an even greater measure of pain and unhappiness. In the same way, there is the case where a certain monk, having gone to a village or to the wilderness, meets up with someone who upbraids him. This venerable one, acting in this way, undertaking practices in this way, is a thorn of impurity in this village. Knowing this person to be a thorn, one should understand restraint and lack of restraint.
Thank you. Okay, so it gives an idea that how we can be easily distracted, and we can easily be hurt by what is happening around us. Just like a person with a wound will go to a swampy jungle, and then anything in that jungle can hurt that person. If we haven't a good training in our mind, anything that other people say or do, anything that we see or smell can hurt us, or can maybe at least produce conditions that can later give us suffering. So in order for us to not to be disturbed, not to be hurt, or not to produce conditions that later lead us to suffering, we need a training. Okay. Anyone else like to read the next paragraph? Okay, thank you.
And what is lack of restraint? There is the case where a monk, seeing a form with the eye, is obsessed with pleasing forms, is repelled by unpleasing forms, and remains with body mindfulness unestablished, with limited awareness. He does not discern, as it actually is present, the awareness release, the discernment release, where any evil, unskillful mental qualities that have arisen utterly cease without remainder.
Thank you. So then it helps us to understand that now how what is the process that we will eventually get hurt with anything, or get distracted with anything, is that when it comes to when we see, or even with regard to other senses, basically we can see a pleasant object, we can encounter a pleasant object, we can encounter an unpleasant object. It could be visual form here, but there are other things too, right? So what usually happens when we see a pleasant thing, other than experiencing that pleasantness, we will develop more wanting of that pleasant thing, right? Whatever right there, the moment we start to experience or maybe enjoy the whatever available, maybe a sound or taste, we already think about how to have it more, right? So then any pleasant experiences, we develop this idea that we want it more. So and then of course then we've been obsessed by this pleasant form, and then of course that very needing it more, wanting it more, is a disturbance to our mind, is a burden to our mind, and then of course it can lead us to so many other troubles, right? And then we will also encounter unpleasant things, maybe unpleasant smell, or maybe unpleasant sound, unpleasant visual form, and then other than encountering that, we also develop strong resistance to that, and then dislike towards that, and eventually it can lead us to anger, right? And then and find someone to blame for that unpleasantness to be here, right? If we had a bad sound, right? And other than going through that unpleasantness right there, very unpleasantness will not be that difficult, but then our resistance to it, our dislike towards that, and then and developing more anger about it, it can really disturb our peace and then develop more defilements in our mind. And so this is how we have been swayed into the pleasant ones. We are swayed by all this what we have been encountered. And here it says that the reason, one reason for these people to for us to be swayed, either in the presence of pleasant experiences and also unpleasant experiences, is that we don't have a base. We don't have a base. So body mindfulness unestablished. We don't have a base. We don't have a place to kind of come back and rest. Therefore, all these things that we are encountered by our senses are kind of dragged us to all different directions. And that's life. That's the kind of life that many people live, and thinking that that's the only way to live, right? And so let's go further, and then and remember that this is not only about what we see in our eye or hear or smell or taste or feel in our skin, but also ideas that we come to our mind. Could be a memory, could be an image that appear in our mind. We can have a pleasant memory, we can have an unpleasant memory. We can have a pleasant object, we can have an unpleasant object. And then for those things also, we either been obsessed by a pleasant memory, and then we can create whole fantasy around it, or we are also been upset by a bad memory, and then can develop frustration, disappointment, all kind of things. So it can happen. But although it is not mentioned here, there are also the other types of sensory objects other than pleasant, unpleasant. There's also kind of neutral ones that we don't really feel like attracted to, or we are not being we don't feel like dislike towards them. But there's a hidden danger even in the neutral sensory objects that we encounter. If we observe them without any mindfulness, any neutral object may not be develop more emotional agitation in our mind, but it kind of feeds us the delusion of an experiencer, delusion of I. So any neutral experience we are having is also not innocent. Any neutral objects also, without our knowing, feed the idea of I, if we don't pay attention to them with awareness and mindfulness. Okay, now come the really nice part. This is the part that I like the most. In this sutta. Can anyone help me to read the last paragraph of the page?
Cognizing.
No, the other next one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just as if a person catching 6 animals of different ranges, different habitats, were to bind them with a strong rope. Catching a snake, he would bind it with a strong rope. Catching a crocodile, a bird, a dog, a hyena, a monkey, he would bind it with a strong rope. Binding them all with a strong rope and tying a knot in the middle, he would set to chase them.
Interesting, right? I mean, this is serious. When Buddhist is asking us to like imagine this situation. Imagine this situation. Can you remind you what are these 6 animals? A crocodile, a bird, a dog, a hyena, a monkey. How many? 5. 6, right? 6, sorry, it's a yeah. Snake, yeah. Yeah, snake, 6. Of course, just remember that we have also 6 senses. Yeah, 5 senses plus mind, yeah. Okay, so think about these 6 animals. So Buddha is asking us to imagine a situation that you take a rope and you bind them with a strong rope, and moreover, all these six ropes are tied into one knot in the middle. And then what's going to happen, right? Why? Crazy. Crazy. So, yeah. Then Buddha explain what's going to happen next. Can anyone read that paragraph? Okay, yeah, please.
Then those 6 animals of different ranges, of different habitats, would each pull toward its own range and habitat. The snake would pull, thinking, I'll go into the ant hill. thinking, I'll go into the village. The hyena would pull, thinking, I'll go into the charnel ground. The monkey would pull, thinking, I'll go into the forest. And when these 6 animals became internally exhausted, they would submit, they would surrender, they would come under the sway of whichever among them was the strongest. In the same way, when a monk whose mindfulness is immersed in the body is undeveloped and unassumed, the eye pulls towards the pleasing forms, while unpleasing forms are repelled. The ear pulls toward pleasing sounds, the nose pulls toward pleasing aromas, the tongue pulls toward pleasing flavors, the body pulls toward pleasing tactile sensations, the intellect pulls toward pleasing ideas, while unpleasing ideas are repelled. This, monks, is lack of restraint.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is a really powerful simile for us to understand what is happening in our life. So this the knot that has all the 6 ropes, that is tied to each 6 animals. So all 6 animals have their own, favorite place they would like to go. So so these 6 animals will drag to these 6 different directions. Whoever gets stronger at one point will drag the rest of the animals that not to that direction. Maybe after a while another animal gets stronger and then drag the whole thing to another direction, and someone else will become strong and he will drag that direction. So this is a whole chaotic situation. So they will be dragging to here and there, here and there, here and there. So but at the end of the day, these animals have worked a lot, but not walk a journey. Just simply walk here and there, and with based on whoever gets stronger. And then this is a powerful image for us to understand. This is exactly what is happening within us. Our 6 senses, and sometimes we see a very powerful visual form, then we are dragged to that direction, and then meanwhile we will have another, maybe a sound, and we will go to that direction, and then taste, and then idea, and so all these directions we have been we feel tired at the end of the day because we have been doing so many things. It's just like this, the knot that is tied into these 6 ropes with 6 animals in it. So of course, in our normal life, we will think that having a pleasant object, unpleasant, things is kind of way to be happy. Do you feel that there's a happiness in that? And Buddha would never deny that. There's a pleasure and a happiness when you see a pleasant thing, when you hear a pleasant sound, and there's happiness to that. But completely relying on these these things is at the end it's little tiring, and it's not fully satisfying, but also tiring. And also if you don't have any awareness, any management, any control of that, and we simply dragged by whatever surrounding us, and then at the end it's tiring, and then also no plan where to go. And so then after giving this image, then Buddha said, okay, now what you can do with these animals, to save the time, I will summarize it. And the Buddha said that imagine someone come and place a post, very strong post in the ground. Okay, let me see. A strong post or a stake, and in the ground. Okay, and then if he can tie that knot into that strong post. Okay, the next page, last say, he would bind it with a strong rope and bind them all with a strong rope. He would either, he would tether them to a strong post or a stake. So that knot right in the middle is tied into a strong post that was grounded on earth, very strong post. If someone were to tie that knot in that post, what's going to happen? And the Buddha said that these animals will still try to go to their respective habitats. And they will try, they will pull, but after a while they kind of learn it's not easy to go, because now it's tied into a post. And eventually those 6 animals they will stand, sit, or lie down right there next to the post. And these animals will learn, and then they will lie down. All these 6 animals are lying down, resting, and this knot is tied into that post. And Buddha said that post, and so if we compare our 6 senses to those animals, that post that helps those animals to rest is the awareness of the body, is the mindfulness of the body. Kaya gata sati, the mindfulness that is immersed in the body. And that's the kind of post we need in our life. It's not to say that we will never pay attention to what we see and hear, but from time to time, we need a place to rest. We need a kind of break from the bombardments of the things, stimulus coming to us. There's a joy. I mean, of course, to live our life, we really need to use our senses. It's not really shutting our senses. It's not really seeing our senses as a burden, but simply learning how to use them properly, and also giving them a break. And then find that stability within ourselves and using the body for that. So therefore, Buddha said that, so the restraint of the senses is this. So when you have this, the monk whose mindfulness immersed in the body is developed and pursued, the eye does not pull towards the pleasing form. So we still will see beautiful things, we will enjoy it, but we will not crave for more beautiful things. We just experience and appreciate the moment, and once it's gone, we are okay with that. And when we have unpleasant things, we will recognize the unpleasantness, but we don't necessarily create dislike or anger or blame towards that. Just experience that unpleasantness, and then once it's gone, it's gone. And then also, so we have a place to come back. That is the awareness of the body. Breath is part of that, but it could be more wider awareness of the body as a way to rest our mind. And thus you should train yourself. We will develop mindfulness immersed in the body. We will pursue it, hand it the reins, and then take it as a basis. Give it a grounding. We will steady it, consolidate it, and set about it properly. This is how you should train yourselves. So this is the kind of goal that we have today. To give our 6 animals a rest. And then finding the nice grounding place in our body to settle. So remember, those in that image, in that simile, the moment that that knot is tied into that post, that doesn't mean that those animals are going to rest right away. They will still pull. But as long as we keep this knot tightened into the post, they will come back. So in the same way, and we will start our body awareness meditation, and then of course we will remember things, we will hear things. Fortunately, if we look down or close your eyes, we will not have visual forms, and we will not have many tactile sensation, not many nose and tongue, but sounds, and then maybe ideas and memories will try to pull you. That's okay. You observe that pull, but you recognize it, and you notice it. You can even say in your mind, "Oh, sounds," pulling, and then come back to the awareness of the body. It's the more awareness, more sensitivity that we can develop to different parts of the body, it can help us to remain in the body. So breath is kind of middle. So I would like to first develop the the more open awareness of the body, and then slowly we come to our breath. Not right away come to the breath is to start, but actually first develop the awareness of the whole body and how it is sitting, what sensation we have around our body and with our clothes, and have that more wider awareness of the body, whole body, and then from there, after a while, we will start to feel our breath, and then we move to the breath. So as a way to settle. Okay. So we will do our first practice. So I would like to start our practice while standing. So meditation can be practiced in any posture, right? But so let us try to spread our feet a little bit apart, maybe hip width apart. That will help you to distribute your weight evenly to your 2 feet, and relax your hands. And usually when we stand, we try to lean to one foot more than the other, but this time let us try to distribute our weight and try to feel the weight of the body in both feet. We are going to develop more awareness into our body that will help us to calm our mind, to have a really great break from our sensory bombardment. And take a moment to observe the sensation in your feet. Closely watch how the weight of the body is felt there in our feet. Feel your heels, how they are pressed against the floor. And try to slowly move to the front part of your feet and see how much sensation you can feel in the front area, front part, and then see whether we can feel any of our toes. Perhaps we may feel some toes touching the carpet or the socks right now. Just be in your body. Feel your groundedness. The whole weight of the body is gently flowing through our feet to the ground. Just develop an appreciation to our feet. The whole weight of the body is balanced by this very small 2 feet. Compared to the size of the body, our feet are very small. But this 2 feet is capable of carrying all the weight and balancing the whole body. Just feel that balanced state. Then we can gently move our attention to the upper body. Just explore wherever you feel your clothes in your whole back area. See whether you feel your shoulder blades there. And then you can slowly move to your hands and just feel how our hands are simply hanging by themselves. We can feel sensations in our palms, in our fingers. Let us be in our body, nowhere else, but right here in our body. Let us now slowly sit down for our meditation with this awareness of the body. Maintain this awareness of the body even when you are bending your body, when you are touching the ground. Let us try to maintain that mindfulness and be aware of every movement of our body. With full mindfulness, let us slowly sit down. Try to make your body comfortable, but make sure that your upper body is upright. Let us rest our palms on our lap. Let us continue to explore our body and have the awareness of the body. Right here, observe where your legs are touching now and exactly which part of the muscles, which part of the lower legs are touching the floor, carpet now. Just have that awareness. I will help you with this bell and the chant. And try to maintain your awareness in the body throughout the bell and the chant. You may continue to explore other parts of the body, but stay within the body throughout the bell and the chant. Let us continue to feel our body. We can feel where our body meets the cushion. Closely feel the pressed muscles against the cushion. And we can feel our lower back area. We can feel the spine area, the lower back area, wherever we feel clothes in that area. And we can also feel the upper back area. Just closely paying attention to whatever sensations available there. Maybe not prominent sensations, but even subtle sensations. Just acknowledging them. And moving to our shoulders. Feeling our shoulders beginning from our neck all the way to our arms. From our arms, we'll travel through our arms to our elbow. We can do with one hand first, starting with our beginning of the arm and slowly moving to our elbow. And then from elbow all the way down to our palms and fingers. Just do the same to the other hand, and slowly moving starting from our arm, beginning of the arm, moving to our elbow area, and then from there slowly to our palms and fingers. Let us feel how our palms and fingers are touching each other. Feel the kind of warmth you can feel right there. And then slowly move to our belly area. And see whether we can notice the subtle movement in the belly with our breath. And then we will slowly move to our chest area. And notice all the sensation available in that whole area, even the subtle movement in the chest with the breath. And then slowly move into our face, noticing whatever sensations available in our face, around our nostrils, around our eyeballs, and even notice in the forehead and even the top of the head. With this awareness of the body, we can let this body to relax. We can let this whole body to relax, to release all the tightness and tensions. With this awareness of the body, we can slowly lengthen our breath. Take a very slow, long breath inside. And releasing that breath very slowly, allowing our belly to drop, to relax. And taking another slow, long breath inside, very slow, long breath in. Releasing that air, allowing the chest, the shoulders to relax and drop. Let us take another slow, long breath in. And releasing that air also very slowly, allowing the whole body to relax, to release, to loosen up. with this relaxed body. Let us maintain the general outline of this body. The awareness how this body is sitting here, the way our hands are placed, the way we keep our legs. Just have that basic awareness of the outline of the body. Having this awareness of the body, we will now begin to notice the sensation of the breathing. In the middle of this body, how the breathing is happening now. Let us be in our body while noticing the movement of the air happening right in the middle of the body. Noticing the changes in the body with the breath. Noticing the sensation we can feel around our nostrils and the chest with the breath. We will use this awareness of the body together with the breath awareness as a resting place. This is where we want to come back to. Whenever we have other thoughts, memories, sounds, we notice them, we acknowledge them. We don't develop secondary thoughts about them. And we come back to our resting place, which is this body awareness together with the breath. Let us be with our body, be with our breath. Keep returning to this awareness of the body and the breath. We know we have other thoughts, memories, noticing them, acknowledging them, and coming back to the body and the breath. In these last few minutes of this session, let us give our full effort to be in our body, to be with our breath, to rest in our body. Gently come out of the meditation and gently put your palms together and place them against your chest. Let us take a moment to feel grateful for this opportunity to have a peaceful meditation. Let us feel grateful to all great teachers, enlightened masters in the past who passed these teachings from generation to generation. Let us feel grateful to whoever made this opportunity available for us. Even let us feel grateful to anyone or anything that supported our meditation. Even to the cushion that we are sitting on, to this bell, to an everything. With deep gratitude, let us say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, that was our first session. Any sharing or any questions? Were there any challenges? From sounds, from thoughts, or from pains, or what?
mostly thoughts, and then not being, just uncomfortable.
Yeah,
It's
it's okay. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's an art to deal with our thoughts, right? So because it's a neural habit. Our brain is wired to do that. In fact, our wandering mind is called default mode of the mind. That is how the neurologist, term that, the wandering mind, like having thoughts undirected, like thoughts with not specifically on one theme, and is that wandering mind is called the default mode, and that's the, the word default, right? They're like a normal mode of the mind, and that's how we have been trained our minds for many years, and so that's natural to have all these thoughts and images keep popping up. As long as we have a healthy brain, we will have them. But I think what we try to do in our meditation is not to stop those thoughts from occurring. Our goal is actually not to develop secondary thoughts about them. There are two things, right? One is a thought occurs to us, a memory surfaces, an image comes to us. Maybe certain intention, like you feel like want to move, that. So there are different types of thoughts, memories, images, and like want to do something, and those things can pop up. But then that's natural. That happens as a vipaka, that happens as a result of our previous conditioning. But then we pick on them, and then we develop more thoughts. That requires certain engagement, certain subtle effort. That's what we want to stop, not the reoccurrence of thoughts. So the one way we can do that is actually, whenever we remember something or a thought occurs to us, acknowledge it thoroughly, and even to say it, like, oh, thoughts, just like verbally say it in our mind, thoughts. And then I have meditated in a very noisy areas, and whenever those sound comes to us, before I start to interpret and think about these sounds, I quickly say to myself, oh, sounds. I'm just keep saying that, sounds. So my mind has something to do, which is like acknowledging sounds and saying sounds and sounds. It doesn't have time to like interpret and find out who made the sound. So in the same way, whenever we have thoughts or memories occurring to us, and quickly, if we can become very quickly notice it, and then keep acknowledging them and saying, oh, thoughts. And we can also do a little bit of classification, a little bit of analysis, like, oh, it's about past, or maybe about future, or it's about liking, or it's about dislike, liking or dislike. So we can do certain kind of classification. Oh, it's thoughts, past dislike, something that we didn't like, or maybe the past like, and you make that notice and then come back to the body and the breath. So it's not the occurrence of thoughts, but it's actually secondary thoughts that develop that we want to stop. Okay, so now actually time for us to learn about posture. And so I think most of you are actually sitting in a really nice way. I don't think that I had to teach a lot, but let's learn the mechanism of it, and each one has different body structure, and therefore different heights of the cushions will be suitable for different people. So I would like to spend some time on helping you to find a good way to sit. Okay. With regard to this, actually, in meditation, what is really important is actually not necessarily how you keep your legs. That is secondary. The key part is actually how you keep your upper body. In Pali, Buddha will say that, ujung kayang panidhaya. What we really want to find is actually in our upper body, that keeping our body in a balanced way is a challenge. Not only in our meditation, but even in our normal sitting posture. What we really need to do is actually find a posture that actually our spine can carry the weight of the body, not the muscles. When our spine is not in its natural shape, the weight of the body, including important weight of the head, scalp, and the other things are carried, has to bear by muscles, and the muscles have to get tightened to do that. And therefore, in meditation, we will not be able to experience samadhi, or like even before samadhi, we will not experience passaddhi, which means complete physical relaxation. We will not be able to experience that if our muscles are carrying the weight of the body. So therefore, we really need to find a nice posture that the weight of the body is not an issue. It is carried by our bones, not by our muscles. So in order to do that, actually, we need to maintain the natural shape of the spine. So you know that our spine has three shapes, right? If you get a healthy person, we have three shapes. Right below you have curve inward, right? Lumbar curve, right? And then so we have that curve, and when you come to middle, you have the kind of opposite curve, right? And then more to the neck, we have again other curve, what you call thoracic curve, right? So we have these three shapes in the spine, lumbar curve, and a middle, and then thoracic curve, right? And so we need to maintain that when we are sitting. Usually, what we usually lose is actually the thoracic curve. When we want to feel comfortable, we sit like this, right? This sounds very comfortable, right? So we have just one curve, right? But in the beginning, it will be comfortable. But actually, now when I'm sitting like this, maybe for people who are watching, I would sit like this. So, like when I sit like this with one simple curve in my lower back, and what is happening is that the weight of my body, all this, it has to, now my spine is not in a shape to carry the weight. It's like one curve, and then it's not ready to carry the weight now. So all the weight of the body has to carry by these muscles, and then so muscles get tightened. So if I create my lumbar curve, and then again balance my upper part of the body, and then find the sit bones, really sit bones, nice little sit, and then I'll be able to relax all the muscles. So whatever whatever the leg positions, the leg position that can help us to maintain that is going to be the way we keep our legs. So maybe first we can try maybe we can first try in a chair, and then we can try to remember that, and then try to do it on a cushion. So yeah, maybe Bhante, can you bring a chair from there, some chair? Maybe like a folding chair. Maybe in the basement we have. Yeah, can you bring it here? Yes. That's it. Okay, you see, this can be a nice chair for us to sit, but you see the way it is right here? So it's not really helping us to maintain the natural shape of the spine. So so because of this bend, so people think that this way of chair is more comfortable, but actually it's not healthy in that way. So if you are sitting on a chair, maybe if it had this shape, maybe you have to sit right at the edge of this chair. If it is flat, might have been easy. But do you mind being a volunteer? Oh yes, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, can you sit here? Maybe the front edge, yes. Yeah. So sitting at the front edge can help actually. This is for YouTube. Yeah, I mean, usually we sit like this, right? Very slouch way. Yes, yeah, do this. Maybe can you turn a little bit so they can see it? Yeah. Maybe I will turn the chair, stand up. Yeah, so the both parties can sit. Yeah, now you can sit. Yeah. So sit on the slouch way. Yeah. Yeah. So this is like one curve over here. So what we need to achieve is that then maybe you can create this curve first. Yeah, slowly. Yeah. Okay. So we create that curve, and then I think he has it. So now he has this curve, and also I think he also putting his head nicely. And maybe a little bit for the back. Oh no. Okay. I think yeah. So we need to find this nice line. Actually, yeah. Do you feel comfortable? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe sometime we can push our shoulders a little bit, not to the front, to the side. No, yeah. To the sides, and then drop them. Yeah. Because sometimes when the moment we create the lumbar curve, without our knowing, we also tighten our upper muscles. So then we have to purposely relax that too. Maintaining, not losing the shape, the lumbar curve. The moment we create that, we tighten this. And maintaining this part, we have to drop this part, the upper part. Yeah. So I think you have been maintaining a good posture, like chin is straight, Yeah. So we can almost, draw a line of gravity. You can actually test this even on a chair, even on a step. Actually, there's a point actually when you sit like this. We can try moving a little bit to the front, and you can try moving a little bit to the back, and there'll be a point that you can feel less weight of the body. It's like physics actually, like how the weight of the body is distributed through the spine. So there's a delicate point where we feel less weight of the body. So good, yeah. So this is the kind of upper body structure we want to maintain in the meditation. So of course meditating on a chair is not a bad thing, but we can also use a cushion. Okay, thank you, brother, for that. So you got the idea. So now we can try to do it on a cushion. So there are a number of ways we can sit on a cushion. The way we are sitting is one way. So because now the idea is to maintain that upper part, upper part of the body. That's the whole idea. So I have found that sometime in using this kind of cushion, and then try to make it right in the middle, and then sit like this, can actually create that nice posture. So we can alternate when we have a long sitting meditation. I think I noticed that you kind of alternate the sitting. Yeah, it's a very good option. So because when you sit like this, it's automatically create that lumbar curve also. But and for some people they may have issues over here if their muscles are not stretched. And maybe in the beginning you can put some, you can roll some towels and then, put right in the middle over here to, give you comfort. But eventually, once your muscles are stretched, you will be able to, keep your leg like this. Yeah, so this is one option. So it naturally keeps that, that keeps the natural shape of the spine. So you don't have to worry about the weight of the body. You find your sit bones really nicely and try to sit on. Actually, the sit bones are meant to sit, right? Yeah, but we don't really use the sit bones. Actually, we use the more of the back of the sit bone to sit, like when you do like this. So we really have to find the right place, right position of our, sit bones, and then sit like this. And then once you find that nice, balance, you just have to do an experiment of moving a little bit back and forth, and then find that sweet spot that you feel less weight of the body, and then you can relax, and then so that will help us to go into a deeper meditation in that way. So this is one way we can keep our legs. And then, of course, when you are sitting with the cross legs, also you have to really think about what kind of height of the cushion will be suitable for your body structure. So it will not be the same height for everyone. So usually, even when you are sitting on a cushion, we try to sit on the front edge of the cushion. So I noticed that you are sitting on the front edge. That's because when you are sitting, we need to eventually we need to find a way to keep our both knees to the floor. This is finding the stability. So there are number of ways we can keep our legs. One is called this we call it quarter lotus. So the more you open your hips, like V shapes, the more you open your hips, easier for you to bring your legs together. So keeping one over here and then bringing the other legs over here, and then your both knees are touching. But it will take some time for your muscles to stretch and find that way. Yeah, I think you have a good position over there. Yeah. And then, that's one way. And we can also, this is called quarter lotus, and then you can also actually bring one foot on the top of the other, and then again, but this is kind of tucked inside, and then but this knee is touching the ground. This is one. Yeah. Remember the point is the upper body. What is helping you to keep the upper body structure? Yeah. This is good. Yeah. Of course, if you want, you can go for full lotus. Bringing both knees up. Actually, for the full lotus, you even do not need a cushion. It's very stable, and you need to worry about. Once you put your legs like this, the natural shape of the spine is automatically created. That may be the reason that ancient practitioners use the full lotus. Yeah, that could be one.
How do you not get numb?
Sometimes if you sit long, we get numb. Sometimes, but you don't have to worry about that. Numbness is actually even in another way. If you stay long time, it will have some numbness. But it's actually simply a pinch of a nerve. So it's okay. Sometimes I feel numb. I just let it sleep. But I think because I think in the beginning, when our body is not used to that, and sometimes whenever I feel numbness, it's kind of nerve pinch from here. Actually, although the legs are numb, actually the nerve is coming from your buttock. It's pressing. So if you tilt your buttock a little bit, sometimes you can get rid of the numbness too. Yeah. Okay. So there are. So again, it's not really about the legs. is about the upper body. So whatever the position that help you to stay. So I try to, usually I use the quarter lotus, so that I can maintain that natural shape of the spine. But it can be a different thing for you. And so I think maybe for male and female there can be different postures too. So one is like the position that I showed you, like this. This may be one, and then of course there are also one other way. You try to sit like this, yeah. So maybe you one part of the, but you have to find a way to somehow touch the both sit bones, and then one leg is tucked over here, and the other one, instead of this leg is over here, you actually turn this leg over here. That is also helping to keep the upper body upright, yeah. That would be one way. So you just have to do some experiment with different heights and different leg positions, yeah. There are also nice benches nowadays, actually. You can sit like this, have the bench over here, and then you sit like this on the bench. Your legs are inside the bench, and your buttock is on the top of the bench. That can help too. Any questions?
Might help to start stretching.
Yeah. Stretching, yeah.
Just
Yeah, before that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, in order for us to feel comfortable, these muscles has to be stretched. Yeah. If you already, if you are beginning, you need to stretch. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay.
Change the positions while you're
Okay, it's a good question. Yeah. Yes, actually, but it's okay. Particularly if you are sitting for a long period of time, we can change the posture, like even in the position of the leg. Position of the leg, if you are sitting, cross-legged, maybe moving like the way you are sitting like this. So we can change it. But but we don't want to hurry to do that. So the reason that we want to change the legs, change the change this position is actually when maybe we have some pain in our body, right? So when you have some knee pain and leg pain, so we experience this, but in meditation we want to develop this mind that we can accommodate so many things. So sometimes even when we have a subtle pain, we have this tendency to avoid the pain, right? So we are not hurried to change the posture. We kind of still is kind of not endure actually. Even observe that discomfort and try to accommodate that. And the once you have that kind of discomfort, is one way is helping your meditation, because at least then your mind will not run away. You have some awareness, some sensation that you can, if we can relate to that without without resistance, without dislike, it's just kind of prominent sensation. So just can be there. Even if you develop dislike, and then we will develop more defilements. But if you simply observe it and accommodate it, and it helps us, our mind, to get pure. Because it's we are simply observing it and using it as an anchor, right? So we don't try to change the posture just because we have some discomfort. Then otherwise we'll be changing our posture all the time. So we just try to accommodate and try to observe and feel. But there can be a situation that it is really, really painful and maybe not even healthy in a long term, for the knees. And if it's really disturbing and bothering, and then of course we can change. But then the whole process of changing the leg position become a part of meditation. Yeah. You don't do it abruptly. You do it very slowly, and you move your leg a little bit, and you can see all the arising of all new sensations, and flowing through your leg, and you observe all these things happening over here, and you move a little bit, and you feel the next sensation, and you move a little bit. So it can take time. Don't worry. That whole thing is the meditation. So without just slowly taking your time and slowly changing, and then once you find a comfortable position, again you can come back to breath or body awareness or whatever other form of meditation you have been doing. Okay, let's see our schedule then. We have another session of meditation. Again, this session I would like to again start with the standing, but also doing some movements in the body that can create more sensation of the body, that we can rest more. So if we have more sensations arising, more awareness in a more sensation of the body, and we can keep our mind right here. If we have nothing, and then our mind will run away. So we will do some movements to create more sensation of the body that can help us to anchor our awareness in the body, and then we sit down and do a second session. Okay? Yeah. So, yeah?
So you pay attention to your body, and after a while you lose the awareness of the body. And then after some time, even you don't feel your breath also. So sometimes suddenly I am aware that, I'm not feeling my breath either. Am I sleeping, or is that sometimes it's...
Yeah, it happened. Actually, that's the kind of delicate balance that we need to maintain. The moment that we kind of find relaxed and calm, and then we may go to like sleepiness, we call it like a thin mid, yeah. So therefore, we always have to like balance it. We need to feel calm, but at the same time, sharpening our awareness to somehow catch some sensation in the body, and then of course we can come to the breath too. So, but the breath can be subtle also, when you are settling in the body, and then even though the whole breath is subtle, we need to like tune our attention to see more details in the breath. So that is why even awareness of our buttock, awareness of our outer basic outline of the body is helping to not to go all the way to sleepiness, but maintain the relaxation, but at the same time having some alertness, awareness. So so we need to sharpen our awareness more. Yeah, so catch some sensation and be aware of what is happening here. So although we don't feel it, there are so many things happening here. So we need to sharpen our awareness to see them, and then, yeah. Of course, there's so in the beginning, I think the more if we can become more aware of even the process of our breath, and even some sensation arising, can help us to stay balanced, with awareness and also relaxation. Yeah. And it's not like an agitated mind and thinking all about things. It's also not really like a lethargic and sleepy mind. It's like rest, but somehow alert. So, yeah. Okay, welcome. Okay, let's do some movements and then sit down. Okay. We'll be moving our hands, so make sure that you don't touch anyone or anything. Okay. Okay. So, as we did last time, try to spread your feet a little bit apart, and then feel the balance of the body. So relax your hands and take a moment to feel that feet. And this time you can even enhance your awareness to feel the texture of the carpet. Can you feel the texture of the carpet to your feet? Develop that kind of, close awareness right there. And of course, we can feel the heels, the press muscles, and to other parts of the body, feeling the kind of texture of the carpet. Okay, with this awareness of the body, we will move our hands along with our breath to generate more awareness in the body. Okay. So breathing in, raise your both hands to the front. Breathing out, spread your hands. While you're breathing out, hands is going away. And breathing in, next one, turn the palm and go all the way up. And breathing out, turn the palm and let them come back. While you're breathing out, gentle, let it come down. Okay, let's do again. Breathing in to the front. Breathing out to the side. Breathing in up. Breathing out, gently coming down with full control and awareness of the hands and the palms. Again, breathing in. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Okay, relax and see whether you can feel new sensations arising in your body as a result of that movement. Maybe more awareness in your hands, in your palms, in the tips of your fingers. Just catch them, all these sensations. Let us be in our body. Let's do another movement again. Open our eyes again. This time we will raise, we will bend our spine to all different directions. And this time we raise our right hand with our breath. Breathing in, raise our right hand all the way up. Breathe out, let us bend our body to the opposite direction, to the left direction. Bending the body, releasing the air. Breathing in, come to the middle. Breathing out, going back again. Breathing into the middle. Breathing out, going back again. Feeling the stretch. Breathing into the middle. Breathing out, going back again. Feeling the stretch, releasing the air. Breathing in, come to the middle. And this time when you breathe out, we bring our hands gently down, feeling all the sensations there. Let's do the same to the other hand. Breathing in, raise your left hand all the way up. Breathe out, just bend to the right direction, the opposite direction, feeling the stretch. Breathing into the middle. Breathing out again, bending, feeling the stretch. Breathing into the middle. Breathing out again, feeling the stretch. Breathing into the middle. Breathing out. Breathing into the middle. And this time when you breathe out, gently bring our hands down, feeling all the sensation of the body. Now let us take a moment to catch new sensations arising in our body as a result of that movement. Because we bent our body a little bit, maybe you have more awareness in your rib area, in your back area, maybe even more awareness in your arms. Just catch all these new subtle sensations and be in your body. Let us do one more movement. This time we stretch our spine a little bit and lock your hand on the front and then place them on the top of the head. Let us now use our breath to stretch our hands and bring them down. Breathing in, turn our palms upward and try to stretch as much as we can. Breathe out, we turn our palm and gently come down and rest on the top of the head. Okay, breathing in, turn and stretch. Try to stretch as much as you can. Breathe out, turn back down, come back and rest. Breathe in. Breathe out, turn and rest. Breathe in. Breathe out. 2 more times. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let us now unlock our hands and gently bring them down. And again, taking a moment to feel any new sensations. We can feel maybe around our palms and fingers, or even in our head. Just take a moment to catch all these sensations. Let us try to be in our body. With this awareness of the body, we will now slowly sit down and sit down slowly, step by step, observing all the sensations we can feel in that whole process of sitting down. So now you can adjust your body. So this time you can chant with me, Namo Buddhaya, together. And we will ring the bell and do the chant and then establish our awareness in the body. I will guide you to develop more awareness of the body. Rest your palm and keep your chin somewhat parallel with the earth. And chin position is also very important to stay alert throughout the meditation. If our chin is down, and we can be really, bending our head and tend to feel sleepy. But if we remember to keep our chin straight, somewhat parallel with the earth, that maintaining our head like this, our chin like this, can help us to stay alert throughout the session. Listen to the sound of the bell and help yourselves to come to this moment, and then we will do our chant together. Namo Buddhaya. 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 With a deep respect and gratitude to the Buddha, we will now move to our body awareness and also breathing meditation. Let us have a deep gratitude and honor to the Buddha for giving us such techniques and wisdom with great compassion. We are sitting in a posture in which the Buddha attained his enlightenment. And this is a very wholesome posture. Feeling grateful to our Supreme Buddha, we will now settle into this body and just enhance our awareness of different sensations available in the body. Thus again, gradually, pay attention to different parts of the body, starting with our legs, closely watching where they touch now. And moving to where our body meets the cushion, feeling that touch sensation and the pressed muscles there. And then move into the lower back and the whole back area of the body, and exploring whatever sensations available there for us right now. Then move into our shoulders and observing any sensation with our clothes we can feel around our shoulders and the neck area. And slowly moving down through our arms, and just exploring our arms, both arms one after the other. And come into our palms and fingers, the feeling, the prominent sensation in that area. Let us now slowly move to our belly area and notice the subtle movement of the belly. And then gently move into the chest area. Feeling all the sensation around the chest. And slowly move into our face. Feeling the eyeballs, how they are resting. And even feeling the forehead and the top of the head. We have now penetrated our awareness throughout this body. The whole body is being noticed. The whole body is covered with the awareness of the body. Let us maintain this larger awareness of the body in the background, in this calm, settled body. You'll be able to experience breath happening in the middle of the body. we will let our mind to rest with this awareness of the breath. This is taking a time to rest. Give our whole senses a chance to rest. Give our body and mind a chance to rest. This awareness of the whole body and this awareness of the breath right in the middle of that body is the place to rest. Let us keep noticing the movement of the breath. Exactly how do we feel this breath? Let us keep attention to the difference between the in-breath and the out-breath. Breathing in, receiving the air, energizing the body. Breathing out, the eyes moving, relaxing the body. Breathing in, energizing. Breathing out, relaxing. Let us notice the changes happening in the breath, but is still maintaining the awareness of the in-breath and the out-breath. Notice the length of the breath. At this moment, what is the length of the breath? It could be short, it could be long. Noticing the length and noticing the difference between the in-breath and the out-breath. Let us simply be here with the breath, with the body. Mindfully breathing, mindfully breathe out. Mindfully breathing, mindfully breathe out. Noticing the changes happening to the breath. Can become subtler and subtler, but still try to maintain the awareness of the sensations of the breath. If you wish, you can even lengthen your breath a little bit to develop awareness again, and then let it settle again. Gently come out of the meditation and gently put your palms together and place them against your chest. Just feel grateful for this moment to have peaceful meditation. Deeply feeling grateful to our Supreme Buddha for giving such great teachings with great compassion. Let us feel grateful to all enlightened teachers in the past who passed this wisdom from generation to generation. Let us feel grateful to anyone who helped our meditation and enable this meditation to happen here today. Let us also feel grateful even to these non-living things which helped our meditation, including the cushion, the bell, the air conditioning, and everything. And this device that helped you to connect to this meditation from home. Deeply feel grateful to everything. Let us also wish that may all people and all beings in the world also get a chance to release their mind from all the worries and all the pains and difficulties. May all of them get a chance to find the joy of peace, joy of resting, and settling the mind. May all those who are suffering be free from suffering. May all those who are in fear be free from fear. May all those who are grieving be free from grief. May all beings be well and happy. Dukkha pattace nidukkha bhaya pattace nibbhaya sukha pattace nisukha hontu sabbepi panino. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So we will do some chanting. So we will do an offering to the Buddha now. And you see, whenever you see a Buddha statue, a lot of flowers around the Buddha statue, right? And particularly in, and also sometimes we also place, food and drinks in front of the Buddha statue. Not that, we want Buddha to like eat or partake this food, but that's our expression of gratitude and our expression of, it's like appreciating the teachings and the example of the Buddha. And it's just like, when we buy flowers, we buy, cards to people, right? When you send a card to a person, you don't expect that person to use that card for any purpose. But it's an expression, like how we express how much we appreciate that person. So in the same way, when you place offerings in front of the Buddha, flowers, incense, candles, food and drinks, it's not for the benefit of the Buddha at all. It's actually for us to express our gratitude and our appreciation, our honor. And particularly when you offer different offerings, we also remember different qualities. For example, when you offer, lights, candles or lamps, and we recall our mind the wisdom of the Buddha. It's like a light that dispels the darkness of ignorance. So when you offer incense, that's the aroma, perfume, and then we remember the sila, the moral fragrance of the Buddha. Buddha said that the most powerful fragrance of a person is not actually the most powerful fragrance in the world is not really the fragrance from flowers or any substance. Actually, it's the fragrance of morality or moral behavior, good virtues. If someone is behaving well and having good virtues, that will spread like an aroma, right? So when we offer perfumes to the Buddha, we appreciate his moral virtues. And then when we offer flowers to the Buddha, we appreciate his blossomed compassion. The flower is like a maturation of a natural process, right? So it's a blossoming. So the human mind is also have a lot of potentials, so we can cultivate them and ultimately blossom them. So when you offer flowers, we honor and appreciate the blossomed compassion of the Buddha, the highest level. And when we offer water, we want to appreciate and honor the cooling, loving kindness of the Buddha, right? And when we offer food, we want to appreciate and honor the generosity of the Buddha. We call dana paramita. Like, he has perfected his generosity to the highest level. So different offerings actually remind us different qualities of the Buddha. So it's like a contemplating of the different qualities of the Buddha. So we offer these things not for the Buddha actually, but for ourselves, but we want to express our appreciation and gratitude. Okay, so I think it's time to bring the offerings. So we will together chant. Those who are not attending the retreat, brought the meals today, the dana today, so we can observe the 5 precepts. The others can remain silent. එමනම් අපේ දානගෙන ආපු පින්නතුන් බුද්ධ පූජාවට පෙර පන්සල් සමාදන් වීම සඳහා নমස්කාරය කියනවා. බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ပါဏာတိပါတာဝေရမဏီ සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි อดินนาดานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิกาเมสุมิจฉาจาราเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิ මුසාවාදා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි สุรามีเรมัจจปมาดัฏฐานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิ ඉතාම සද්ධාවෙන් ගෞරවයෙන් සෝදානම් කරගත්තු දානවස් මේ මුල්ම කොටස ලෝතර බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ අනන්ත බුදු ගුණයන් වෙනුවෙන් උපහාර පිණිස පූජා කරමු. අද අපේ ශවික් මහත්මියත්, නිමාලි මහත්මියත්, දමිත් උඩුරගේ මහත්මියත්, අෂාන් මහත්යත්, ජූඩි අබේසේකර මහත්මියත් මේ පවුලේ අය එකතු වෙලා මේ උදාර භාවනා වැඩසටහනක් කරන දවසේ ස්වාමින් වහන්සේලාටත් ඒ සහභාගී වෙන අයටත් භාවනා යෝගීන්ටත් දානේ පිරිනමමින් වටිනා පින්කමක් ඒ උදාර ධර්ම පුහුණුවට ඒ ආර්ය ප්‍රතිපදාවට උපකාරයක් කරන වෙලාව ඒ සෝදානම් කරගත් දාන වස්තුවේ මුල්ම කොටස අපි ලෝතර බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ වෙනුවෙන් සම්බුද්ධ පූජාව දහවල් බුද්ධ පූජාව ලෙස පූජා කරමු. මියගිය සියලුම අපේ පවුල් පරම්පරාවේ ගුරු දෙමව්පියාදී අයට පින් පිණිස ජීවත් වන සත්පුරුෂ දෙමව්පියන්ට ආශිර්වාද පිණිස මේ පින්කම සිද්ධ කරමු. අය ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමු මේ දැල් වෙන පහන්සිලු ලෝතර බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ මහා ප්‍රඥා ආලෝකයට උපහාර පිණිස පූජා වේවා. මේ සෝදමල් උන්වහන්සේගේ මහා කරුණාව ඉවසීම ආදී අනන්ත බුද්ධ ගුණයන්ට උපහාර පිණිස පූජා වේවා. මේ සිසිල් පෙන් උන්වහන්සේගේ මහා මෛත්‍රී සිසිලසට උපහාර පිණිස පූජා වේවා. මේ ආහාර දාණය උන්වහන්සේගේ මහා දාන පාරමිතාවට උපහාර පිණිස පූජා වේවා. මේ බුද්ධ පූජාව අපේ හිතට බුදු ගුණ මෙනෙහි වෙන, අපේ හිත මොහොතකට හෝ කෙලෙසෙන් වලින් මිදලා පිරිසුදු වෙන උතුම් බුදු ගුණ භාවනාවක්ම වේවා. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Please chant together. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato Samma sambuddhassa. Itipiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vijjācarana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati Sattā deva manussāna buddho bhagavati Swakkhāto bhagavata dhammo samdittiko akaliko ehi pasensiko opanayiko Pacchattam veditabbo viññuhiti Supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Ujjupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Nyāyapatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Sāmīcipatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Yadidang cattari purisa yugani Atta purisa puggala Esa bhagavato sāvaka sangho Ahuniyo pahuniyo Dakkhiniyo anjali karaniyo Anuttarang punyak ketang lokassati Ghanesarampadittena dīpena tamdhangsina tilokadīpang sambuddhaṃ pujayāmi tamunudang vannagandha gunopetaṃ etaṃ kusuma santatin Pujayami muning dasasa siripada saroruhe Pujemi buddhaṃ kusumena nena punyena metena labhami mokkhaṃ Puppang milayati yata idang mi Kāyo tatayati vinasa bhavaṃ Adhivāsetu no bhante pāniyaṃ parikampitaṃ Anukampang upadāya patiganhātu uttama Adhivāsetu no bhante bhojanaṃ parikampitaṃ Anukampang upadāya patiganhātu uttama Adhivāsetu no bhante bhojanaṃ parikampitaṃ Anukampang upadāya patiganhātu uttama Adhivāsetu no bhante bhojanaṃ parikampitaṃ අනුකංපං උපාදාය පතිගන්හාතු උත්තම. සාදු සාදු සාදු. යසංස මූලේ නිසින්නෝව සබ්භාරි විජයන් අකා පත්තෝ සබ්බං ඤුතං සත්තා වන්දේතං බෝධිපාදපං ඉමේ ඒතේ මහා බෝධි ලෝකනාතේන පූජිතා අහං පිතේ නමස්සාමි බෝධිරාජා නමත්තුතේ වන්දාමි චේතියං සබ්බං සබ්බඨානි සුපතිට්ඨිතං සාරීරික ධාතු මහා බෝධින් බුද්ධ රූපං සකලං සදා කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ භන්තේ භූරි පඤ්ඤ තථාගත කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ ධම්ම සන්දිට්ඨික අකාලික කායේන වාචා චිත්තේන පමාදේන මයා කතං අච්චයං කමමේ සංඝ සුපටිපන්න අනුත්තර. Sharing of our merits with our departed ones and also all other sentient beings. තමන් බුද්ධ පූජා පවත්වල සිද්ධ කරගත් පින් නමින් නැසීමේ පළක සියලු ඥාතීන්ව සිහිපත් කර පින් අනුමෝදන් කරමු. සියලු ඥාතීන් සියලු දේවතාවුන් වහන්සේලා මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වේවා. මේ පින් අනුමෝදන් වේ සියලු දෙනාම සුවපත් වේවා, නිවනින්ම සැනසේවා. ඉදං මේ ඥාතීනං හෝතු සුඛිතා හුන්තු ඥාතයෝ. ඉදං මේ ඥාතීනං හෝතු සුඛිතා හුන්තු ඥාතයෝ. ඉදං මේ ඥාතීනං හෝතු සුඛිතා හුන්තු ඥාතයෝ. එත්තාවතාච අම්හිහි සම්භතං පුඤ්ඤ සම්පදං සබ්බේ දේවා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සංපත්ති සිද්ධියා. සබ්බේ භූතා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සංපත්ති සිද්ධියා. සබ්බේ සත්තා අනුමෝදන්තු සබ්බ සංපත්ති සිද්ධියා. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු ලෝක සාසනං. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු දේශනං. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවානාගා මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤන්තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු මං පරං. ඉමිනා පුඤ්ඤ කම්මේන මාමේ බාල සමාගමෝ සතං සමාගමෝ හෝතු යාව නිබ්බාන පත්තියා. ඉදං මේ පුඤ්ඤං ආසවක්ඛයා වහං හෝතු Sabba dukkha pamuncatu. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, so we will go down to have our meal, but today we will also try to make our meal time also a form of meditation time. Okay, so there's a reflection. Yeah, so we will. I will come there to guide you. So today we will take time to eat. Okay, so there's no hurry. We have enough time. So we will try to be aware of our sensation that we are getting, even be aware of the thoughts that kind of reactions that are coming from our mind whenever we are eating. So our whole eating process going to be a mindful process. So usually when we take a bite, we don't really appreciate that bite. We are rushing to prepare the next bite. But here once you take the bite, you take a moment and you chew it enough, and then observing all the movement, everything, and also noticing the how mind is reacting to that, like developing craving for someone and developing dislike to others, and notice all these things and don't follow them, but noticing everything, but maintaining the equanimity in the middle. So it's going to be observation time of our body and mind, and even notice how how the taste is something that produces in our tongue. It's not really in our food; it's in the tongue. So every time we generate a unique taste because of the different combinations. So try to observe all these things. So we will take time to eat, and we prepare our next bite only we finish our first bite, right? And in that way we'll try to observe the whole process of eating and also the mind. Okay, yeah. Okay, welcome back everyone for our afternoon session, and all people who are joining over YouTube, you are also welcome back. So according to our schedule, we will be discussing the first item is we are going to study a sutta, actually not one but few suttas, and then we will have walking meditation. And once we learn the steps, and we can go outside or around here, we can walk, and those who are joining over YouTube, they can also find a path, and they can also continue to do that walking meditation. And then after that, we will have sitting meditation also after that. And then after the sitting meditation, we will have a break, and then a tea, and then question and answer, and then end with the final meditation session and sharing merits. Okay, so if we have the booklets, let us turn to the page that we are going to discuss today. An important few sutras that discuss hindrances. Okay, turn to Avarana Sutta. Yeah. So those who are joining YouTube, if you have the chanting booklets with you, you can go to Avarana Sutta. Avarana Sutta. Yeah, this one. Okay, so we are going to be familiar with the hindrances. That's the translation of the Nivarana. The 5 hindrances mainly that will hinder. They are called hindrances because they hinder. They hinder 2 things. They hinder our clarity of our mind, and they hinder the peace, or maybe you can say even joy and happiness in the mind. So there are 5 mental qualities in our mind that will hinder both clarity and also our inner peace. So we are going to discuss them. And so in the morning session, we try to use our body awareness as an anchor to help ourselves to move away from our senses. Rather than going after our senses, we train ourselves to, kind of transcend our senses or go beyond our senses and come to a place to sit. So that's the first step. And then, so that we use the body awareness and we use the breath to come to that. But then, and of course, towards the end of the meditation, we realize that, and that's the kind of first step. Then once we are in, there are also issues in here that we need to handle. So one step is kind of come to the body, come to the center, not really being distracted by our senses. But once we are here, there are things that we need to handle. So we are going to discover who they are, what they are, and then maybe learn some techniques to deal with them. So usually for any ordinary average human beings, and once they get into their mind, if we really watch our mind, and these are the 5 things that will dominate our mind, and for any ordinary persons to dominate in our mind. But those things are there, but they are not necessarily helping us. And I think it will be easy for us to really see the world as it is, and it will be really easy for us to come into a deep peace and equanimity and equipoise of our mind. It should have been such an easy thing if you don't have these 5 hindrances. Yeah, I mean, when you open our eyes, we should see the reality as it is, but we don't see it. When we sit down, and it should be able to come to a complete, peace and tranquility, but we can't do it because of these 5 mental qualities. We call them hindrances, but these are like normal mental qualities that we just have to learn about them and be familiar with them, and then gradually try to help ourselves to move beyond them. So let us try to be familiar with them. So I have 3 suttas that can describe the nature of them and then how to overcome them. Okay, so let's treat the Avarana Sutta. On one occasion, the Blessed One was staying at Savatthi in Jeta's Grove, the Anathapindika's monastery. There he addressed the monks. Monks, yes, Lord, the monks replied to the Blessed One. So, and he was giving his normal, routine teachings actually. So, the Savatthi is an important city, yeah. Savatthi is an important city where Buddha spent most of his time. We call this, rainy retreat. We call from July full moon to October full moons is the 3 months period that monks will restrict their travels and stay in one place. And Buddha also used to stay in one place during these 3 months. Other time he will be traveling. So most of his 3 months retreat he spent in this place called Savatthi in the Anathapindika's monastery. So most of the Buddha's teaching have been given in this place. Of course, many other places too, but in this particular place. Then there, the Buddha, the Blessed One said, these 5 are obstacles, hindrances that overwhelm awareness and weaken discernment. So in this particular sutra, it describes how these hindrances weaken our ability to see things clearly. So that's one thing these things are doing. And then let's see how these things will weaken, will overwhelm our awareness, and then as a result, it will weaken our discernment, our ability to penetrate, our ability to see. Which 5? Sensual desire is an obstacle, a hindrance that overwhelms the awareness and weakens the discernment. Ill will is an obstacle, hindrance. Sloth and drowsiness is another obstacle or hindrance. Restlessness and anxiety is another obstacle and hindrance. And uncertainty is another obstacle and hindrance. So these are translations of Pali terms. Sometimes it's difficult to capture the some aspects of the meaning when we translate into different language. So let us try to be familiar with these 5. Sensual desire, that's called kama chanda. We talk about our senses, but mainly when we talk about 5 senses. And these 5 always we like stimulation, right? We like stimulation, we like what we call gratification of our senses, right? And because, you can't blame anyone for, having this desire to gratify our senses. And, all living beings are doing that, right? And as human beings, we are also conditioned to do that. I think, and then issue here is actually, it's not that, gratifying our senses is something evil, but it's simply, gratifying our senses first does not bring us the satisfaction that we are looking for. Second, it's ultimately tiring. and the third, sometime in the process of pursuing these pleasures, we may exploit others, we may hurt others, and it will not be a moral thing. when you do it, excessively. And the other one, the fourth that we describe here, that these needing for indulgence and these gratifications are actually giving us kind of pleasure, but at the same time hiding our ability to know. So it's like a being blind, and then and it's kind of pleasure, but it blinds us. So we need to balance it. So therefore, so it's not really, Buddhism is against, sensual pleasure, but just understand the limitation of it, and then help us to kind of go beyond that. The reason that we all always like to gratify our senses and enjoy these senses, because many people do not know any other way to make themselves happy, right? And because we all want to live happily, right? Who wants to live in suffering, right? We all want to be happy. So the only way that we have been taught to be happy is either see a beautiful thing, it smell beautiful and a pleasant thing, and so just use your senses and find pleasant things. And so we have whole industries to how many multi-billion industry to satisfy our eye, right? Gratify our eye. Another multi-billion industry to gratify our ear and nose and tongue. And so the whole human civilization is developing and then researching and creating things that will gratify these senses, because that's the way they know how to be happy, right? So, but one thing we learn from the teachings of the Buddha, if we consider that is as a happiness, and Buddha even said that these are happy, he said kama sukha. They are happy, and then he so samisa sukha, right? Samisa, as opposite to niramisa. Samisa, like the joy related to body, the flesh, samisa. So there is a happiness there, but from the Buddha's side, they are very, very basic, very, very basic and very little happiness. And there are many higher forms of happiness that as human beings we are capable of enjoying. Yeah, so the joy that we get from gratifying our senses is only one kind of joy, but it's very basic and very low kind of happiness. And then of course, Buddha showed that how we can have more higher levels of happiness by, as human beings, particularly by, for example, by being generous, sharing. Of course, we can gratify our tongue and enjoy a beautiful, delicious meal. That is pleasurable. But we can also cook for someone and then offer that to someone. And then when we see how these people are benefiting from this, and we also feel a kind of joy, right? So it's kind of higher forms of joy than eating. And if you get a chance to really give away your own lunch, your own meal to a person who really need it, if you get such a chance, we really get such opportunities, if we really get that chance, you will see how much happiness you will experience by just giving away your lunch, your meal to someone else. So it's high, much higher than just eating that meal. So there are those higher levels of happiness. There's happiness of giving, happiness of moral behavior, living a moral life, and then when you reflect your life that I live by these precepts, I have not hurt anyone, I have not cheated anyone, and I was kind. And when you reflect your own purity of your moral conduct, and it also gives you higher forms of happiness. And then come to this, which is the happiness that we get as a result of being away from our sensual stimulations, and that's a whole different kind of happiness. It's called vivekajam, the happiness that is born from being away, like being secluded, not secluded, being free from sensory stimulations. And there is another form of happiness. And then of course then that happiness can be deepened by going into deeper and deeper, and then actually getting rid of these hindrances, including sensual desire, will give us a more enduring kind of joy. So the reason that we consider the sensual desire as an obstacle, as a hindrance, is it is an hindrance when only we need higher forms of happiness. When only we need a more understanding of this life. If we all just simply want to be blinded and then just live the life whatever as it is without having any more deeper realization, and then if we are only satisfied with whatever basic forms of happiness, then it is not an hindrance. It becomes an hindrance when we really want to know more about our life, and if we really want to really see what is really happening here, what is happening here, why people are here, why I am here, and if we really want to know deeper about it, and then this becomes an obstacle. And when we need deeper levels of happiness, then this becomes an obstacle. So the sensual desire is like needing to indulge our senses. It's not really, for example, we need to eat to live, right? So, but it's different from indulging our senses, right? So we need to see things like to help others to work in life, but it's different from indulging our eyes. So in the same way, we need these all five senses to live and even to serve, even to do our duties, but it's different from like indulging. So that's an obstacle. So we need to realize it, and then we need to find out how it obstructs our ability to know things clearly, and then how it obstructs even our deeper happiness, and then we will learn how we can overcome it. Next one is ill will, and ill will is actually a stronger form of anger. Like it is also an obstacle for definitely. I mean, I think we know that have you ever met someone who is angry and happy? I mean, the person who is angry is actually not very happy, right? Maybe they may develop a habit of really enjoying being angry. Yeah, but I'm saying that, and let's say, okay, have you ever met a person who is angry and make a good decision? Right? So the anger can be obstacle for us to for the discernment, to have really see things clearly. At the same time, although we may think that I mean, some people may kind of enjoy being angry, and because when they're angry they can shout, so they can show some authority and power. So sometimes we think that anger is a sign of authority, sign of power, so that is a misunderstanding actually. But when we associate those values to our anger, we may feel that we are enjoying it, but actually the anger is like a kind of inner burning, right? It's not, we are not comfortable. Let's say any moment of anger is not something that we feel comfortable. So ill will is actually a stronger form of anger, and it's an obstacle. Vihara. In Pali we call it, it's an obstacle, and it's common that we will experience this anger. Actually, the Vihara, the ill will, is not something that will occur in our mind suddenly. It's actually growth of an initial dislike. Whenever we hear something, we encounter something that is unpleasant, that is disagreeable. And then if we start thinking about it in a wrong way, that disagreeable thing will slowly develop into a resistance, and then will, and if we still keep on thinking, and it will develop into an anger, and if we still keep thinking on that in a wrong manner, then it will stay as an ill will. Like, it could be like someone just, saying something inconsiderate. I mean, someone has a bad comment on us, let's say, without really considering, just they say that. It's a disagreeable thing. It's not pleasant. We cannot agree with it. It's not something pleasant. It's kind of, it creates a friction in us. So it's a disagreeable thing. And it just lasted for a second. But then, if we think about it in a wrong way, that disagreeable experience will slowly develop into resentment toward that person. And then we can even still keep on thinking, and this time this person will say this thing, and next time I will tell this person this, and then we can also have a imagination that this person will probably reply me this way, and in that case I will say this, right? So you can, that's what we call ayoniso manasikara, thinking about it in the wrong way. And then what really happened was the unpleasant moment, disagreeable situation, but something that we experience that is not agreeing with us, that is not really that is not pleasant to us. But then, if we think about it, in a wrong manner, it can develop into strong, and ultimately we will even develop an ill will towards that person. But that is a hindrance to us. So we can have such, ill will towards many things, many people. And then once we develop into a level of ill will, even simple trigger, mention of that name or that situation can really bring us all the way to ill will very easily. Yeah. So these things are common, normally, because in life, we don't experience everything pleasant. What people do, things are not always, agreeable. So it's common. But, whether we allow it to, grow into ill will, that's the issue. But once we have it, it's kind of, something that burning inside. It's something that doesn't allow us to make good decisions, and also which is also not allow us to, have real peace and joy in our mind. And the next one is sloth and drowsiness. Sometimes we also call sloth and torpor. This is both body and mind. It's more like we can call it laziness, or laziness or drowsiness. This is one of the biggest hindrance in our mind. It could be something like even in meditation we can experience it. Even in our normal life we can experience it. It's like not like being satisfied with whatever it's like not willing to take the challenge, not willing to put an effort. It's like like just being okay with whatever state that we are in, and then we're hoping things to change without really making any. Many people want to be happier, but they are not willing to change how they live their life. But they just maybe chant, maybe pray, or maybe just blaming maybe social structure, or maybe leaders, thinking that they will change for them. So we want to be happy. We want more higher satisfaction, but not really willing to make an effort and willing to change. But doing the same thing, expecting different results. Right? So that is something that we experience in our normal life. But in meditation, this comes as sleepiness. that comes as, maybe not willing to even like sit. And even when you sit, this like, going into sleepiness, sloth, drowsiness. That's an obstacle. Because drowsiness can be really an obstacle because it can really bring us to kind of sleepy in mode, and we'll be sitting but not really meditating, right? So we call it vertical sleeping. not also. Yeah. Yeah. We really have to be careful on that. And next one is restlessness and anxiety. These are like two kind of mental qualities, but they're joined. They are joined, like sloth and torpor, and also restlessness and anxiety. We call uddacha and kukkucha. It is the the mind that is not settled, that wanting like restlessness. I mean, it's like the example given is that when you have dust, let's say it's a dusty carpet, if someone hit it, and the dust will keep popping up and keep coming up. So when we have so many thoughts, like think about that, thinking about this, when we have so many thoughts, inconstant, incessant thoughts arising one after the other, and emotionally agitated, and that's restless state, like uddacha, very active state of the mind, active but not really directed to anything, but simply having so many emotions arising in our mind. Some days we have that. Some days we are emotionally charged, like very easily, right? Emotionally charged, and we can see like people are honking a lot in the road. We know what they are experiencing uddacha, a lot of restlessness. So it can come like mental agitations, but it can also come from anxiety. Like anxiety means like fear-based, and also kind of regrets, like blaming oneself for things that we happen to have done, and then all like self-blame, and then having those thoughts more and more. So that is one. That's definitely an obstacle. Of course, when we are restless, we don't really make good decisions, and it's also definitely not a peaceful state. And then the last one is called uncertainty, or we also call it skeptical doubting, but we call it vicikiccha, uncertainty, which means the lack of confidence in what we do, lack of confidence. So in order for us to do a real spiritual practice, we need kind of deep confidence of reading enough, and we looking at the examples, and then really develop a firm confidence that this will work. Although it's not really apparent right now, but this will work. Otherwise, with uncertainty, does not allow us to seriously practice. And also in normal life, uncertainty doesn't allow us to make a journey. It's like dragging to two different directions, right? And I think Bhante Punaji will say that the battle between Chit and Mano, right? Yes, yeah. Like we are dragged into two directions, so there's no settling, like no settlement, Yeah. So that kind of uncertainty, but in many other places, it's also explained as lack of confidence in practice. For if we don't have such a practice, we will not even start a spiritual journey, and because we are not sure, we are not sure. And then it's definitely an obstacle for our discernment, because we will not pursue a kind of practice. Maybe it's like we may dig holes from time to time. We dig hole for a while. This should be working. You dig another hole, not working. Dig another hole. You may have dig many holes, but without finding water. So in order for us to dig deep enough to get the water, we need some enough research, enough confidence, enough stability, and then we will dig. Although there's no water, we keep digging, and then ultimately we find the water. Yeah. So those, but that's not the way. Usually we will if you don't have deep understanding, and we will have uncertainty in practice. Yes.
What about like self-value? Like if someone doesn't value or think they're worthy, I know that there's a statue of the Buddha touching the earth, saying I'm valuable. Where does that play a role in the hindrances?
Hindrances are like opposites, right? So you are asking the opposites.
Yeah. So like if you don't feel like you're worthy, I know maybe discernment, you don't feel like the practice is going to work for you, but maybe inside of you don't feel valuable enough to put the effort into something that's something that.
So what will is maybe uncertainty, the last one, because it's not ill will, not sloth and drowsiness. Actually, the restlessness and anxiety, the term is uddacha and kukkucha. And uddacha and kukkucha, uddacha kukkucha. And so the kukkucha is actually more like regrets of the guilt and regrets. It's like it's more like a self-blame.
Yes.
Yeah.
People can experience more than one at any given time.
Oh yeah. I mean, we shift, and I'll quickly shift into other. Good that you brought that issue. These hindrances, if we take, we can take it like couple and couple, sensual desire and ill will. So those are the two extremes of the same continuum. Either you will, you need to like gratify your senses, more liking and desire, or you will be in the other extreme, which is you really dislike, angry and ill will. So it's like, one is either you want you more, or the other one is like, you hate it, So the kama chanda, sensual desire, and vyapada is more like a opposite end, opposite to each other. And then the next one's sloth and drowsiness, more like sleepiness and like lethargy, not willing to do anything. That's one. And then restlessness, anxiety is like more activity. That's the other end. So even in meditation, either we'll be having so many thoughts occurring one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, or once we manage to like calm down and settle, we will quickly go to sleepiness. And so like two extreme, one, either we are in restless state, restless end, or either we are in sleepiness or maybe drowsiness end. So not really able to stay in the balance. So the uncertainty is like a basis for all these things. Yeah, so it's provide more a condition. Basis.
You could also call that self-doubt, right?
Yeah.
Self-doubt.
Yeah. Yes. Doubting, self-doubting. All forms of doubting.
Yeah.
One's ability, and then even the possibility, Okay, let's see. Let's go to the other page and see how these things can hinder. A monk has not abandoned these 5 obstacles, hindrances that overwhelm awareness and weaken discernment, when he is without strength and weak in discernment. For him, to understand what is for his own benefit, to understand what is for the benefit of others, to understand what is for the benefit of both, to realize a superior human state, a truly noble distinction in knowledge and vision, that is impossible. So when we have these 5 things operating so powerfully in our mind, we can't really see these. We can even see what is beneficial for us, what is not beneficial for us, and not to speak of evolving ourselves to higher levels, like a superior human state. So this practice is actually even go beyond human. So we can, even though we are in human body, our mind can even evolve itself to go beyond the normal human weaknesses, so superior human state. Okay, so usually there's an example given here, but I like this modern example, like when about computer viruses, right? Viruses, computer viruses, virus in computers, yeah. So virus is a program, right? Although we call it virus because it is not, but it's a program, right? So if you have many such virus program, which is not really helping, but many such virus are operating in a computer, and it takes the power of the computer, it takes the capacity of the computer. So when there are viruses working in the background, whatever you want to do in the computer, you can't do it, right? It's slowed down the whole computer because those viruses occupy so much space, so much of the the memory of the computer. So when so many viruses are working, you want to do something super slow. Exactly the same with us. When these hindrances are working, active in our mind, we really kind of see things clearly. That's the same effect. So interesting examples given here. Can I have someone who can read this from suppose? Yeah, okay, you can read.
Suppose there was a river flowing down from the mountains, going far, its currents swift, carrying everything with it. And a man would open channels leading away from it on both sides, so that the current in the middle of the river would be dispersed, diffused, and dissipated. It wouldn't go far, its current wouldn't be swift, and it wouldn't carry everything with it. In the same way, when a monk has not abandoned these 5 obstacles, hindrances that overwhelm awareness and weaken discernment, when he is without strength and weak in discernment for him to understand what is for his own benefit, to understand what is for the benefit of others, to understand what is for the benefit of both, to realize a superior human state, a truly noble distinction in knowledge and vision. That is impossible. Now, when a monk has abandoned these 5 obstacles, hindrances that overwhelm awareness and weaken discernment, when he is strong in discernment, for him to understand what is for his own benefit, to understand what is for the benefit of others, to understand what is for the benefit of both, to realize a superior human state, a truly noble distinction in knowledge and vision. That is possible.
Thank you very much. So this gives us a nice image that there's a current of water like really flowing fast. It's like an energy, the energy is moving fast. And if someone were to create channels, and then water is moving to other directions, the power of the current is going to be lost. So we have a really powerful mind, as human mind. It's so powerful, so capable. Of course, becoming enlightened is the highest capacity, right? So we are so capable of finding solutions, and going beyond our normal weaknesses. We are so powerful, but that power can be diminished if many channels were cut. So these hindrances are like that. If you have if we want to think more about the pleasures we want to have, if we have more if you have to think about disagreeable thing and develop anger and all these things happening, we lose the power of our human mind. So the opposite image is given, that if someone were to cover all these channels in both sides, and so no other channels, that water will be flowing to other directions, so then the strong current will move to us. So in that way we can keep the power of our mind. So in that way, so that's the image. So I want to quickly go to so we are still discussing how it hinders our awareness, but I want to go into solution. We are still talking the problem. Okay, so next sutta from Samanya Pala Sutta. I just took some excerpts from it. It again explains the problem, but just to give you an idea how much kind of freedom, what kind of joy that we experience when we remove those hindrances. So please take your time to read, this sutta, later. But let me go to Similes, because I like similes. It really, really bring forth the real meaning. So the go to the next page. Just as when a man taking alone, can you see that?
Just as when a man.
Yes. Yeah. So the 5 similes are given for us to explain what it would be if we manage to get rid of the hindrances. What kind of freedom, what kind of joy we would experience. So the 5 similes are given to explain that. Yeah. So can we read that one? Yeah.
Just as when a man taking a loan engages in a trade and his trade succeeds, he not only disposes of his old debt, but he has also beyond that a surplus for maintaining a life, and at that he rejoices, is glad at heart.
Okay, so this is like the indulging in sensual pleasures is considered as taking a loan. So then you have the burden. So once you're able to get rid of that, it's almost like, the loan is paid off. So that kind of relief. So all hindrances are explained as burdens, burdens in us. Can someone else read the next one? Just as.
Just as when a man is sick and in pain, suffering from a grave disease, his food does not agree with him, and he has no strength left in his body. But sometime later he recovers from that sickness. He can again digest his food, and he regains his strength. And at that he rejoices, is glad at heart.
Thank you. That is the simile for getting rid of ill will or anger. So when we are angry, when we are having ill will, it's almost like we are sick, and we don't taste the food. Yeah, and then so it's suffering from a grave illness. So when you are going through anger, it's almost like a suffering from a grave illness. But once you manage to overcome it, it's almost like you recover from illness, and then you feel that kind of freedom, that kind of relief. Yeah. Let's read the next one. Yeah.
I'll read the next one.
Yeah.
Just as when a man has been thrown into prison, but sometime later he is released from prison, he is safe and without fears, and he did not suffer any loss of property, and at that he rejoices, is glad at heart.
Yeah. So being in sloth and torpor or sloth and drowsiness is like you are in the cage. You have been in prison. You cannot move, restrict your travel, your freedom. So being sloth and having that kind of mental state of being lazy, being lethargic, is almost like you are in prison. You can be prisoner of your own home, not willing to go out. Yeah. So then let's say, someone was in prison, but then later he was released, and now he's willing to take new challenges, new adventures, and so it's just like that, So when you have overcome our lethargic nature, and the kind of experience we get is like almost like we are being freed from prison. Yeah. Next one. Someone else can read the next one. Yeah.
Just as when man is a slave, not independent, but dependent on others, unable to go where he likes, but sometime later he is set free from slavery. He is now independent, no longer dependent on others, a free man who can go where he wants, and at that he rejoices, glad at heart.
So it's like similar to the being in prison, right? But but so slave is like you are not restricted in terms of where you want to live, but restricted in your pursuits, like what you can do. You can't really do what you like to do, right? So this is like being a slave is similar to being overwhelmed by restlessness and anxiety, and then you because of this like incessant thoughts always arising and that and mental restlessness is like being a slave to one's own thoughts. And you can see this actually, if you don't take care of that at early stage, sometime, but we have people who are unfortunately going through psychological disorders. Like, for example, so they are really, I have deep feeling, deep empathy for them, because I have to work with them sometimes. So I can see that actually, physically they are okay, and sometimes even the family is supporting them, but they actually slave to their own thoughts. Sometimes obsessive thoughts, sometimes unfounded fear, and sometimes certain habits they had. So they actually slave to those, thoughts that is producing in their mind, without stop. So they are actually slaves, and we are also slaves. But in their condition is extreme. But we are also, we are also the same. But we don't have extreme case situation. Therefore, we can manage. Yeah. Levels, yeah. We can manage, but but that doesn't mean that we are completely free from those, disorders. So being able to overcome these restlessness and anxiety is actually almost like being free from slavery. Can we read the last one? Thank you. Yeah.
This is what a man rich and prosperous travels through a wilderness where there is no food and much danger. But sometime later he has crossed the desert and gradually reaches safely the vicinity of a village, the place of safety, free from danger. And at that he rejoices with glad at heart.
Thank you. So this is like traveling through wilderness without food and drink is like being in the uncertainty of vicikiccha. Like there's no clear path. You are simply walking in the wilderness and no clear path what to do, and we are lost. And then after a while you somehow found the path, and okay, I can go out from the forest if I follow this path. That is overcoming the uncertainty. So we are in the certainty, we are like lost in the forest. So, okay, so these are the similes given there. So these two, first sutta described what kind of how the hindrances, can prevent us from seeing things clearly. How it is hinder our discernment, our understanding. The second discourse shows that how it kind of hinders our freedom and our peace. So it shows the two aspects of what they hinder. Let's come to the solution part. Now is the solution. I think now we understood the problem, and let's see the solution. And the Ahara Sutta provides the solution. So I have some excerpts from that. Monk, I will teach you the feeding and starving of the 5 hindrances and of 7 factors of awakening. This is really interesting way of saying that, right? I will teach you how to feed the hindrance if you want. I can also teach you how to starve a hindrance. Or not only hindrance, the opposite to hindrance is 7 factors of awakening, 7 factors of enlightenment. So I can show you how. So listen and pay close attention. I will speak. Feeding the hindrances. What is the food for the unarisen? What is the food for the rising of unarisen sensual desire? or for growth and increase of sensual desire once it has arisen. There is the theme of beauty, to foster inappropriate attention to it. This is the food for the arising of unarising sensual desire, or for the growth and increase of sensual desire once it has arisen. So here it gives two types of food that will increase, that will give rise to our sensual desire, or if there's sensual desire, they will increase it. So two. One is called theme of beauty. The other one is called inappropriate attention. Okay, so we need to understand this a little bit. So we will develop a desire for anything. Whenever you see a beautiful thing, what you really desire is not really the thing itself. What you desire is actually the image that we construct about that thing. There's a mental image that we construct very quickly. So even the object is not with us, we can still think about it, talk about it, and then develop desire about it.
And then do we attach feelings to it, and then there comes the whole story, and then there becomes our new reality?
New reality, yeah, exactly.
Which we don't want to do.
Yeah, which we want to do, which we don't want to do out of control.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end, definitely we don't want to do at all. But for some level. So here is saying that the theme of beauty means that we see so many things, we hear so many things, but somehow we kind of select one thing. Let's say a beautiful thing, and then let's say, I'm just giving an example. Let's say we go to a group of people. There are so many people, and we just we select one person. Maybe we pay more attention to that person. Okay, and then we see that person, look at that person, talk with that person. In that whole process, we create a kind of image of that person. So now the other people are like in the background, and this person is in the front. And then even though we leave the place, and then we have that theme of beauty, that it's a mental image that we construct of that person. That's the beginning point of desire. So it could be people, it could be a thing. Let's say you go for shopping. So many things in the shopping mall, somehow something attracted your attention. You pay attention to that, you examine it, you try to find more details on that, and then you create an image of it. So even though you are coming out, you can still, that image is with you, and then you can think more about it. I think the people who are advertising is actually trying to create the thing.
Shopping, like go Christmas shopping into a store, and you could feel like a sweater, and I'd have an image in my mind of maybe sitting with the sweater in snow, or like a movie.
Yeah.
That would be created in the mind.
Actually, that movie part is the second factor. Inappropriate attention, or like the thinking about it.
Yeah, the whatever, and then you pick it up and you put it in the cart and you buy it.
You buy it, yeah.
It creates action.
Action, yeah.
That's costly. When you get the sweater home and you wash it, it falls apart.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Even before you take action, the whole thing that moves you to take action is the inner burning.
Yes.
Inner burning, and that's suffering. That doesn't allow you to make good decision, and that is not really helping us to have inner peace. So all advertising companies are trying to create the theme of beauty. They simply have certain colors and certain image, and that moment that we see it and we take as a theme of beauty, like a mental image, and then through our driving we can add the second factor, inappropriate thinking, and think, okay, how good it's going to be if I buy it, if I use it, if I do this, if I do this. So these are the two things that will feed the sensual desire. So if we are careful enough, mindful enough, it's one thing to see a beautiful thing. It's a different to use that beautiful, arrest that beautiful thing, like put the rest of the thing to the background and only focus on that beautiful thing, and then mentally create the image and carry it even when we leave the place. That's different. We can still enjoy the beauty of thing, but without really, having that, like strong occupied mind. So that's where the sensual desire can happen in us. So if we, and then second one is like inappropriate thinking here, like this is called ayoniso manasikara. Keep thinking about it in that way, the wrong way. We can also think about in a correct way, what we call yoniso manasikara. You can think about the hindrances. Okay, yeah, it comes to my mind. I have created this mental image, but this mental image is not really what it is right there, because when we create an image, you are really biased. So you only see the beautiful part of, or you can also use the other one too. When it comes to anger, we see that, and instead of like creating thoughts about creating fantasies, we can create thoughts about, okay, I feel it's really lovely, nice, but it's only one aspect of it. If I take the whole, it's beautiful, it's also burdensome, it's also ugly, that whole thing is there, so you can like enhance your thinking and have a proper attention, proper thinking, and then you can even, minimize or reduce your desire for it. And so that's how we feed it, theme of beauty and inappropriate attention. So when you come to ill will, I'm going to say that, and what is the food for the arising of unarising ill will, and for the growth of an increase of ill will when it has arisen? There's a theme of irritation, and to foster inappropriate attention to it, that which is an opposite to the desire. Theme of irritation, just like we create a mental image of a beautiful thing, in a pleasant image, in the same way we also create a mental, ugly mental image of an irritating or disagreeable thing. Same way like we do with the pleasant ones, let's say we, like it can be even with the person, it can be even with the thing, and so the moment we encounter the unpleasantness of it, and then other than really unpleasant experience, we can also create an image of it. Let's say we went to a place and we didn't have enough heat. Enough there's air conditioning there. It was so hot and then once we have that experience, other than we are going through the experience, we can also create a mental image of that, which is the theme of irritation, right? And then even when you're coming back, you can think about it, okay, how bad it is. So next time, whenever someone talk about that place, and you can start having all these
unpleasant thoughts. And it can happen with regard to people, with regard to any situation. So just like we create the pleasant mental images of things, we also create unpleasant mental images of things. That will be a starting point of anger. And of course, then we keep thinking about it in a wrong way, and that will increase the anger. So in both cases, we are very biased. And even when we create an unpleasant image of a person or unpleasant image of a thing or object or a situation, we only focus on the unpleasant aspect of it. But anything, any person, any situation is more whole, right? Like a whole. But we only pay attention to one part of it, and we create the mental image only of that, and then we only carry that image, and we think about it, and then we create anger as a result of that. So that's how we feed it. And then the same thing with the similar thing with the anxiety. What is the food for the arising of unarising restlessness and anxiety, or the growth and increase of restlessness and anxiety once it has arisen? There is non-stillness of awareness to foster inappropriate attention to that. And so this is like restlessness and anxiety. The cause for that, or the food for that, is non-stillness of awareness, non-stillness of the mind. It's again an agitated mind. Yeah, restlessness is the more like an increased, more advanced level of agitated mind, and lack of stillness of mind is like the initial inability to settle it. So more mild, and that will increase. And when we have initial
minor agitation. If we inappropriately think about it, and it will increase to a higher level of agitation. So, to starve anger, starving the hindrances, so we have to, so we have to do the opposite. Not giving attention, not having proper attention to it. Let's see. Now, what is the food for the arising of the unarising sensual desire? For the growth and increase of sensual desire once it has arisen. What is the lack of food? How we starve it? There's a theme of unattractiveness to foster appropriate attention to it. So that is how we can diminish our sensual desire. Two things. One is a theme of unattractiveness. Okay, first we have the theme of beauty. Remember let's say the pleasant, I would say we created a pleasant mental image of something, and then we think about it, we fantasize it. That's how we create sensual desire. And now, so that's the food for that. So how to starve sensual desire is the theme of unattractiveness. Means to see the other side of that. Even a flower, right? If we take the flower as a whole, when we say flower, we take all the beautiful aspect of the flower and then create a mental image of the flower. And we keep thinking about it. But if we really look closely at the flower, it's not only that, right? The flower has so many other aspects to it. It's difficult to think about unattractiveness in a flower. But anything, so you look at
maintenance and care of it, and it's going to die.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's going to die, and it has thorns.
I was going to say thorns, maybe.
Yes, bees will come.
And it maybe it can create allergies. Yeah. So whatever. So you think what you didn't see. You're not really thinking wrongly. You're not really thinking. You're not really imposing what is not there. Actually, you have to be honest and genuinely see the unseen part of that. Yeah, because the moment we create the theme of beauty, we only select it. It's a biased the image we created through a selected information. And now you kind of expand your perspective and see the other things that we haven't seen. Yeah, that can help us to reduce the desire. Yeah.
So, I have a question. Is there, you need to accept the unpleasant side of the flower in order to accept the whole flower, right?
Yeah, because you already see the pleasant ones, so now you are expanding it.
Okay, yeah.
Expanding, actually your purpose in looking the things that you didn't see, it's a kind of, counter balance, because right now we have a biased picture.
Okay.
Now purpose in looking at the ugly part of it, you kind of balance it. Yeah.
You're not looking to negate it, you're looking to balance it.
Balancing by negating the biased one, At the end you balance it, yeah. At the end you will balance it, because first we have, plus and I will.
Right.
Yeah, so this is like doing the counteractive part, and the result will be the balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the other hand, we can think about how it drives us to not to follow the path, right? Like how something we like, the unattractive side would be like how it is not allowing us to follow the path.
Yeah, how it can be obstacle, like a burden, right?
Right.
It's a burden for like burden for superior human achievements. Yeah, it's like a whole burden. Yeah, exactly. No, it's related to that, but it's what you call subha nimitta. It's a nimitta. Subha nimitta is the Pali term. Subha nimitta. It's related to nama. Yeah, subha nimitta is the mental image we create. So we create with all the the nama. Yeah. Yes. So here we create asubha nimitta. So so we create the opposite one. So in the same way, that's how we starve. And then, sensual desire.
Bhante,
Hmm?
I have a
Yes.
question about the hindrances. Dependent or origination of seeing how things came to be, how the flower came to be and the whole story of it, or even relationships and things like that. I think that, how does that play into overcoming hindrances of seeing the whole story of how things are interbeing together, and it sounds like that's a part of it too.
Part of it too, yeah.
Yeah, it's seeing the truth of it, of what is really happening with each hindrance, and knowing the stories of how situations and things have come into being, how they are.
Yeah, that may be more, yeah, I think all these things, when we want to like counter the earlier biased picture that we had, so we need to have more,
I know
wider
for me,
perspective.
that's
Yeah.
helped me personally by understanding, maybe a situation.
It's like, yeah,
It's a person that's maybe angry at me, and me getting angry back at them. I can see the story of why and what maybe I did in my part, and how maybe their mind is impacted by hindrances, and knowing my own suffering and seeing how somebody else has suffered, their suffering in their mind.
mine, yeah.
That full understanding, the hindrances have that hindrance of ill will kind of falls off of me, and I'm like, oh, that person is having that situation that I had a few years ago, and I can kind of let go of it because I understand something that I didn't understand
Before, right?
before.
Yeah. More like developing empathy. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, and that you can see it in the flower, you can see it in the pleasure. It's, when I talk to my kids, I say, when we go to an amusement park, you can see all these things that stimulate them. They want to buy snow cones, and they want to go on rides, and they want to do all these things. But you can see, if you've got a job there at the park a year later, and you see how all these things were made and how it works.
So,
And
so
then
it's,
you go back there a
it's,
year later after you've worked there, now you know that that's all stimulation, and it's all not
real in the way,
real.
you're all constructed,
That's, in my
Yeah,
journey of
I would say, that is what we call a proper attention, yoniso manasikara, like, thinking about it in a correct way.
Yes.
Yes,
That
yeah.
has fallen, the hindrances have kind of fallen because I see things that I
Yeah,
didn't see.
because you are starving the hindrances. Yeah, because you don't give
Very
the food.
powerful.
Yeah, very powerful. Yeah, thank you. So actually, here we don't have an explanation of what we mean by appropriate attention. Okay, appropriate attention, or that's a translation of yoniso manasikara. Sometimes we also translate as systematic, thinking. Like thinking in accordance with reality. So that is second factor, right? So if you think wrongly, only being only being limited to the biased image we had, and it's thinking wrongly. But now, thinking more in terms of constructed nature, and independently arising nature, and impermanent nature as a result of that, and that will help us to starve the hindrances. Yeah. So I think here the ill will, the way to starve ill will is actually to develop loving kindness or goodwill. So there are, it's like loving metta is more like accepting even the irritated part of it, and then so that's here is actually we call awareness. Really, is with goodwill is that the loving kindness, how it translated here as goodwill, loving kindness, and compassion, empathetic joy, and equanimity. So that's how we can develop. That's how we can get rid of the ill will. And for the drowsiness, let's say, what is the lack of food for the rising of unarising sloth and drowsiness, or the growth and increase of sloth and drowsiness? There's a potential for effort, potential for exertion, potential for striving, to foster appropriate attention to them. This is lack of food for the rising of unarising sloth and torpor. So, as I told you again, as human beings, we have this potential inside of us. While we can be lethargic, we can be lazy to do anything, But at the same time, if we really think deeply, inside of us, we have potential for effort, potential for exertion, and potential for striving. We have potential to start something with effort. We can have potential to continue something difficult. We have done those things, right? Even though it may be very difficult to wake up early in the morning, but sometimes we have done it, for greater goodness, right? So in that we have done a lot of uncomfortable things to achieve great goodness. So they're thinking about that capacity one's have, and then maybe even contemplating the benefit of doing that can help us to get rid of lethargic nature. Yeah. And the next one, what is the lack of food for the arising of unarising restlessness and anxiety, and for the growth and increase of the restlessness and anxiety once it has arisen? There's stilling of awareness. There's stilling of awareness. Foster appropriate attention to that. That again shows the capacity for us to still the mind, to settle the mind, while the mind can be agitated all the time, but it also has this capacity to settle. For example, water can be agitated, right? Water can be agitated, but the nature of the water is not to agitate. If you let the water by itself, it will settle down, right? So because, so in the same way, if you let the mind to be there without really disturbing, sometime in our meditation, we try to do it, right? We settle our mind and there will be things will come in, but we don't really disturb it. So mind will settle down. So the mind has this inner capacity to settle down. But we don't allow it to happen, because we will bring one memory, we bring another memory, we will be distracted by something. So we always keep it agitated, but it has tendency to settle down. So understanding that capacity, and then following that is a way to get rid of anxiety and uncertainty. Let's see the uncertainty, last one. What is the lack of food for the arising of unarising uncertainty, for the growth and increase of uncertainty once it has arisen? There are mental qualities that are skillful and unskillful, blameworthy and blameless, gross and refined, siding with darkness and with light. To foster appropriate attention to them, this is the lack of food for the arising of unarising uncertainty. So there are qualities that are skillful and unskillful, blameworthy and blameless, gross and refined. And so this is like developing an understanding. There are, because uncertainty is not really settling, not really knowing, not really having a firm conviction or firm understanding. It's also lack of understanding. So developing this deep understanding, there are certain qualities of our mind, certain behaviors that will definitely bring suffering. There are certain qualities in our mind, certain behaviors that will bring happiness or peace. So we can clearly distinguish those things. The idea here is that actually there's a universal criteria to distinguish what is promoting suffering, what is not promoting suffering. It's not social convention. It's not about right and wrong. It's not about personal preferences. It's not about social conventions. But there's a objective truth to things. Certain things promote suffering. Certain things do not promote suffering. To have that understanding can help us to get rid of the uncertainty. So you can say, whether it's doing this good or bad. What the law says, what people say. We don't have to worry about that.
So that's like right view.
Right view, yeah. Right view, yeah, definitely. Understanding, yeah, right view. That will lead to panya,
Wholesome of seeing.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think the Buddhism uses suffering as a reference point to decide whether something is good or bad. We even don't call it good or bad. We call it skillful or unskillful, right? So suffering is the base. If anything that is producing suffering or promoting suffering, that is unwholesome, that is unskillful, akusala. So if anything that is not promoting suffering, not generating suffering, that is wholesome or skillful called kusala. So there's an objective universal ground to divide, to distinguish things. So developing a deeper understanding of that will help us to get rid of the uncertainty. So maybe with our own experiences, what kind of previous behavior that had led me to suffering, and maybe listening to others and talking with others, so we can develop that understanding that can help us to get rid of uncertainty. Okay, so now we know how to feed hindrances, how to starve hindrances. So in the second part of our meditation, our effort is like to use the skills that we develop in the morning. So there are two things we need to do. First, we need to train ourselves to go beyond our senses, like be free from our sensory like pulling of these senses, and use our body awareness and maybe even the breath as a way to settle. And once you settle here, there will be these thoughts coming up. Thoughts of laziness will come to us in our body. We will feel laziness or sleepiness in our body and mind. We can have a desire. We'll think, okay, having a nice tea will be nice here. Some kind of sensual desire, wanting. Or maybe irritation. Irritation, some form of irritation. This cushion is not really soft enough, and the heat is not soft enough, maybe too cold, whatever. So some kind of irritation will come. All these things will visit us. We can really see all these hindrances are coming. So the key here is actually recognize when a thought arises in us. Now, we are not simply going to watch it as a thought. We are going to see, what hindrances is this. So to what this thought belongs to what hindrances. So we try to have that discernment, that awareness. So when the thought arises and the feeling arises and wanting arises in us, and we see, oh, okay, this is hindrance of ill will, or this is hindrance of sensual desire, this is hindrance of sleepiness, anxiety, and uncertainty. So we see them and we name them, and then once you recognize them, the good thing about those hindrances is that once you recognize them, they cannot grow that much. Like let's say if you can realize that you are really angry, that will not really stop you being angry, but at least it will stop you from growing more angry. It will stop the growing of the anger, right? So our goal is actually first is to recognize those thoughts or feelings, and then see and really see them as name them as hindrances, and then we know the how to starve them. How to starve them. See the opposite of it.
I noticed that when hindrance comes up, paying attention to the body, like we were doing this morning, teaching that you can feel it in the body. Sometimes the body
is a very important indicator.
Tension.
Indicator,
People have used the pulling a bow and then holding it there, and then you're going to take an action and let it go, but your body feels like that tension.
Yeah.
So breathing and calming down, and especially with ill will.
Exactly. All these emotional states generates a bodily states, counterpart bodily states. They will tense our muscles. Heartbeat and so many things. Yeah. So if we pay close attention to the body, we can actually detect what kind of emotional state that I am in. So the body is like a indicator of our mental state. Yeah. So being aware of the body can help us, and then we consciously relaxing the body can help us to move beyond them too. Yeah. So in the afternoon, so we will now start our practice of meditation, just like with the body of with the walking meditation right here. So when you are doing the walking meditation, our goal is to pay attention to our feet and be in the body. But right now we have more more moving sensations rather than sitting, right? So that we have more to observe, because every moment we have a new step. Every moment we are lifting our foot and placing our foot. So every moment it is touching a new surface. So there are more to observe that, more in that whole experience. So we'll be observing all these things and try to be in the body, remember the post, so I like those 5 animals. Maybe we can have more discussion. We need to have more discussion actually. Why Buddha used these 5 different animals to refer to how it's connected to 5 different senses. And the last one is a monkey. That's the mind. Yeah, yeah. So remember the post. Remember the post. I was feeling in the step in the foot, and feeling in the legs is the post for us when we do the walking meditation. So we keep coming back to it again and again. And as long as we are there, actually our mind is automatically free from hindrances, automatically, and then we feel the relief. We feel the burdenless nature. But of course, those hindrances will visit us, and then we recognize them, we name them, and either we can come back to our physical sensation, or if you are sitting meditating, maybe we can do some like appropriate attention and purpose look the other side of it, and then settle it, and then come back to our meditation. Yeah, you had the question? I forgot. Yeah. So that's this. That is hindrances. Yeah. Okay. So, have you done walking meditation before? Okay. Yeah. In your mind. So maybe I will just show you and teach you some steps. And if you're already kind of familiar with certain method, you can continue that. And then if you like to adapt some of these things, you can adapt them too. So maybe you can stand up. So in walking meditation, typically it is done in a selected pathway that we can walk back and forth. Okay, it's not continuous walking. We can also use our normal walking in the park, or even walk into parking lot. We can use them as walking meditation. But when you do typical walking meditation, we first have to select a pathway that we can walk back and forth. So you may have to find some passage over here. Maybe if you go out, you have to find a place that it should be like more than 10 feet, less than 20 feet. So some passageway, but they can walk outside also, Bhante, right? Yeah. So you can go out and maybe find a shady place. So then try to find a little bit more than 10 feet, about 15 feet way, and you can walk back and forth. So maybe 3 people can stay here, 3 or 4, because here we can use this path from here to end, and we can walk. And then how you can start, you go to one end of the pathway, okay, and then you stand there firmly, and then we like to pay more attention to our feet. Therefore, we'd like to keep our hands either front or back. If you place in the front, you grab the thumb of your left hand with your right hand, and then place in front of you, and bring the palms together, and then simply place below your navel. Okay, so you keep your hand like this. So you don't have to worry about the hand. So all the attention is on the feet. If it is not comfortable, you can also simply bring your hand behind and then catch the right hand with your left hand and firmly keep in the back. So either this way or this way. And so we keep our eyes open, and we simply gaze our eyes about 5-6 feet ahead of us. We don't want to look so far. We don't want to look so near. We just want to have like this kind of triangular kind of shape. So we look at about 5-6 feet ahead of us. We simply gaze our eyes. We don't want to see specific things along our way. We simply keep our eyes open because we want to walk safely, but our attention is on our feet. So once you have this, once you keep your eye contact over there, and then you bring your whole attention to your feet and try to feel the pressed muscles and everything, and then we will slowly walk. We can, in the beginning we don't walk fast. We try to slow down our walking because to catch all the sensations. Once you are good at that, you can walk in the simple pace. But in the beginning, you will slow down to catch all the sensations happening in the feet. So you usually walk, but you can mentally note what is happening. For example, like lifting, when you say, so lifting, touching. So lifting, touching. So you mentally note, say that. Lifting, touching. Yeah, you say that, yeah. Yes. So, and then not only saying that, but for example, you can lift, let's say, can you lift your one foot? So when you lift it, so you can feel the relaxation of the muscles, right? And then place it, and then see which part of the foot is touching first and how the muscles are pressed. So you want to pay attention to all these details. So when you say lifting, feel the relaxation of the muscles. Touching, feel the pressure of the muscles. Lifting, touching. Can you feel that? Relaxation and then the muscles. So we mentally say the lifting, touching, lifting, touching, lifting, touching. This is quite slow, but we can also do a little bit faster too. Lifting, touching, lifting, touching, lifting, touching. So you keep going like this and paying attention to the sensation and the feet. And once you reach the end, the other end of the pathway, and then the last one, you try to bring your feet together, lifting, touching. And then you take a moment again, and then you turn. You turn in steps, like you can turn by for 3 steps, lifting, touching, touching. And then lifting, touching, touching. And then lifting, touching, touching. So now you're in the opposite direction. And you continue then. Again, lifting, touching, touching. So you only say in your mind, lifting, touching. It will help you to keep your attention in the feet. And then of course, and then we go to the other end, and you again stop and turn and you walk. And when you feel a little tired, when you go to the one end, you can even relax your hands, take a deep breath and feel new fresh air, and again put your hands back together and turn and walk back and forth.
No shoes.
You can have shoes, but if you go out, I think maybe better to have shoes. But if you don't have shoes, you have more sensations. Yeah, with shoes we can also have sensations too. Yeah. If you find a safe place, you can have without shoes. Okay, so we have. I'm going to ring the bell. Let's see. We are a little wasted. Okay. So we are going to walk until maybe 2:30. So you will hear the bell. I'm going to ring this bell. So you will hear the bell. When you hear the bell, then you can actually continue your walking meditation back to the hall. Walk at the same pace and observe in the same steps, in the same way, and come to the hall. No hurry. Everyone will come, in their own pace. So just continue walking meditation to the hall. Okay. So, are you okay with that now? Okay. Yeah, let's try to find. Someone can even go here. This is a nice place too. Okay, anyone want to go here? This one also, someone can use that. Or if you want to go out, you can.
Every time I walk in front of Buddha, I have to do that.
It's better, but it's not necessary. But it's nice if you can do that. Okay, those who are joining us through YouTube, I hope that you heard the instruction for walking meditation. So you can follow the instruction and you can find a place at your home. Either you can find a place in your passageway, in your living area, in your home, or if you have a shady place outside, you can go outside also. And then select a path, a passageway. You can walk back and forth. So please continue to do a walking meditation until 2:30. So you have about 25 minutes to do that. Thank you. Let us continue our awareness of the body. After that mindful walking meditation, now our mind is gradually settling, and we all can have a deeper meditation if we continue to our sitting meditation right away. So adjust your body in a comfortable manner. If you wish, you can close your eyes. Otherwise, you can simply cast your eyes down without completely closing them. Let us try to maintain our mind away from our senses and also away from 5 hindrances. As long as we keep our mind free from 5 hindrances, our mind is light, it is simple, it is peaceful, and it's also good for discernment, insight. Let us try to maintain such a mind that is free from pulls of our senses and also that is free from 5 hindrances. Being aware of our body is helpful, and then we can also use other meditations to maintain such a mind. Let us do our gradual body awareness meditation again, starting with our lower legs. Try to feel the residual sensation in your feet as a result of walking for some time. You may still have some residual sensations in your feet. See how differently you feel in your feet right now. And feel other parts of your lower legs, where they touch now. Feel the touch sensation. And gently bring your awareness to where your body meets the cushion. Feel the pressed muscles there. And gently move up and feel your whole back area, where you feel your clothes. Try to identify the spots in your back where you feel your clothes. And come into your shoulders and feel those clothes in the shoulder area. Let us slowly move down through our arms, through elbow, all the way to palms and fingers. Just gradually travel through your arms, paying attention to the sensations there. Try to do it in both arms. observing the belly area, the sensations around the belly, the subtle movement in the belly. And feeling the chest area, and gradually move into our face, observing all the sensation available in the face, the tingling sensation all around the face, nostrils, eyeballs, forehead, and the head. We have now spread our awareness throughout the body, acknowledging each part of the body, using this whole body awareness to be here in the moment without going after senses, going after any sensory stimulus. We have a nice place to rest. This awareness of the body. Let us simply be with this warmth inside the body, with this sensation with our clothes. Let us just be here. Just like a bird would rest in its nest, let us simply be here in this body, resting with this awareness of the body. With this awareness of the body, let us do a meditation that helps us to be away from hindrances. This is a good time that we can generate a genuine feeling of loving kindness, genuinely wishing well-being to all beings. How good if all people are safe, if all people are fine. How good if all living beings are fine. Let us make that wish. May all people who are known to us and who are not known to us, may all people be well, be safe, be healthy, be able to develop their good qualities. May all people be able to be mindful, to be kind, and peaceful. May all people be mindful, be kind, be peaceful. May all people be mindful, be kind, be peaceful. Let us also expand this wish to all living beings. Wishing all living beings the inner peace, may all people, all animals, and all life forms, whatever life forms there may be, may all living beings be well, be safe, be healthy, be peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. Sabbe satta bhavantu sukhi tattha sabbe satta bhavantu sukhi tattha sabbe sattha bhavantu sukhi tattha May all beings have happy minds. May all beings have happy minds. May all beings have happy minds. So please chant with me in Pali. Sabbe satta bhavantu sukhi tatta. 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 We will gently move to settle with our breath. You can adjust your breath, the length of your breath, to make it more comfortable. You can lengthen your breath and try to feel it as clearly as you can. And then you can find a length of your breath that is more comfortable to you. We will peacefully abide with the awareness of the body, with the awareness of the breath, with loving kindness thoughts. Keeping the mind free from defilements, free from hindrances. Feeling light in the mind, feeling the simplicity in the mind. No complication, no agitation, simply resting with the breath. In these last few minutes of this session, we'll give our full effort to be with our breath, to completely rest with our breath. Nothing else is happening now. Only the breath is happening. We will simply be with the breath, rest with the breath. Dukkha pattace nidukkha bhayapattace nibbhaya sokapattace nisukha hontu sabbepi panino. May all those who are suffering be free from suffering. May all those who are in fear be free from fear. May all those who are grieving be free from grief. May all beings be well and happy. Let us gently come out of the meditation. Let us put our palms together. Let us feel deeply grateful for these wonderful teachings. deeply feeling grateful to our Supreme Buddha, to all great teachers, enlightened masters in the past. Let us also feel grateful whoever organized and enabled this opportunity for us. And even feel grateful to these non-living things which helped our meditation, including the cushion, the bell, and this device that helped you to connect to this meditation from home. With deep gratitude, let us say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, we had walking meditation and then continue to sitting meditation. Okay, were you able to recognize the hindrances? So when our mind is free from hindrances, and it has some kind of release and peace. But at the beginning, we are not able to recognize it. We only recognize it when we are backed to hindrances. And then we remember, oh, how peaceful it was. Because we are not really familiar with this, peace very much. So therefore, sometimes, people talk about being bored, right? So the being bored means that they have nothing exciting to do, like nothing exciting to do. But if they really know the freedom that we will get as a result of moving away from sensory stimulations, if they really know how to overcome our hindrances, and particularly not to go to drowsiness or lethargy, and boredom is actually just an interpretation, like in not knowing how to be without sensory stimulation. Otherwise, there should not be any boredom. It's simply we don't know how to enjoy that and how to experience the release and freedom from sensory stimulation, because we are so used to stimulations and excitements, and then when you don't have them, you feel like boring. But actually, it's a deeper peace if they know it clearly. Yeah. Okay, it is now tea break or coffee break, whatever you drink you want. So we are going to use the tea also as a part of our meditation. So maybe you can prepare your tea and then bring it here. Yeah. And do it slowly, and try to limit your speech and talk when it's necessary, and then bring whatever drink you want to drink, you prepare it and bring it here. Those who are joining from YouTube, you can also prepare your drink you want to drink now, and then come to in front, and we will all practice meditation with tea. Adat gilang pasal gitu ya. Ekak dah.
sent to you from Minnesota. Yes. Wanted to say hello to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Please return my regards to him too. Do you meet him?
I've known him for years. I helped him set up a center in Minnesota.
Okay. The new one, the Sati Center, the previous one.
The previous one. And then I moved back up here.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So we've known each other for
Right.
over 20 years.
Wow. That's great. I'm so glad that you're part of that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm so glad that you found this place to continue your practice, Yeah.
I live 5 minutes away.
Wonderful. Okay, yeah.
Worked out.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice to see you. Okay, let us practice meditation with tea. So it is simply bring the full mindfulness to what we are doing and what is happening. So actually, even when you hold the cup, we can bring our whole attention to our fingers and see how we feel the cup, how we feel the texture of the cup and how we feel the warmth of the cup. So bring that whole attention to our fingers and palms when you hold the cup, and then have that full awareness of that the cup, and then we will drink it. So whenever we bring our cup close to our mouth, and we will try to pay attention to even like little steps that is happening, how we touch our cup with our lips, and how the water will go into our mouth, and then we will see that sensation throughout the mouth, and then we will feel the taste of the thing, and then different tastes are felt in different parts of our tongue, right? So if you feel sweetness, and try to recognize exactly where you feel that, and then you simply swallow it, and with full mindfulness. If you when you swallow it, and just make a wish to your own body, like wishing good health, because this will bring energy, and this will we don't want. So we want more health to our body. So we can make when you swallow, feel that, and then wish good health. So it simply once we put one sip, and then we bring it down, and we feel it, and we swallow it, we wish good health, and then again we bring our cup again closer to our mouth, and then also feel this sensation in the palms and the fingers, and then sensation in the lips, and then the inside the mouth, and then bring it down, and then feel it, swallow it, wishing good health. Okay, so it will take some time, but it is like using and doing everything with mindfulness, and paying attention to all these things, just like we did with our eating. And meanwhile, we can also pay attention to the hindrances, whether we feel restless about it, why can't it finish it quickly, and then because we used to finish our tea very quickly, you will have that like urge, like finish it quickly, and notice that there is restlessness, uddacha, and then you will feel distaste maybe, it's not, and then you notice the dislike, and maybe it will be delicious, and you feel like wanting more, and notice that. So just be an explorer, and like explorer of our own mind and body. Okay, so we will start that. Hold your cup and feel the weight of the cup, feel the warmth, and feel the touch sensation, and then with full awareness bring your cup all the way to your mouth, and then we'll drink it, and feeling all the sensation there. Sip by sip, gradually, even when you move your hands and feel the movement of the hand and the changes in the sensation. Keep drinking with full mindfulness.
stage, like if they talk, would they do while participating after?
ඒකත් පුළුවන් ඊළඟ ස්ටේජ් එකේදී අතරම. සිහිය හරියට පිහිටව ගන්න පුළුවන් ඊළඟට එහෙම මේ අපි කියන්නේ ඒ ධාතු ගැන මෙනෙහි කරන්න පුළුවන්. Okay, now it is time for questions and answers. You have some time to discuss if you want to know a little bit more about anything that we discussed, or if we have any other questions. So this is the time to ask. So feel free to ask any questions if you have, and that will also benefit others also.
Could you please explain how samadhi, the calmness in mind is helpful in vipassana meditation, and how we can convert calmness?
Calmness, yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Vipassana is is seeing seeing clearly, seeing through the actual what is really happening, seeing the impermanent nature, imperfect nature, and non-self nature of any phenomena, particularly within oneself. But in order to see that the real impermanence and real functions of the subtle changes happening in our body and mind, even in anything that we notice. In order to catch that, we need quite a sharp mind. Otherwise, we can't see them, right? So that is why we need to develop like very calm and settled mind. So then we can really see through. It's just like when the water is moving, when the water has a lot of ripples, we can't see. We cannot see the bottom of it. So we just first have to settle. And so your question is that how. So I think in order to do a proper vipassana, we really have to have samadhi. But even without samadhi, we can have yoniso manasikara. We can have contemplations about as you mentioned about the constructed nature of everything, how everything is like a sankhara or sankhata constructed, built together, with a lot of hetu and pachaya, causes and conditions. So we can think about it, but it's more like a yoniso manasikara, more like a still intellectual, more like a rational understanding, which is very good. But vipassana is actually seeing that reality with direct experience. So in order to do that, in order to have that kind of direct experience of the impermanence, the and non-self nature, we need to bring our mind to a quite calm and sharp level. So that's what I mean, of course, even without turning into vipassana, we can already experience freedom, from hindrances, and there are so many other benefits too. So how we can. So I think within one day meditation, we really cannot do much vipassana. So that's why I just have a practical aim. We will try to find how we can at least calm our mind and what are the techniques we can use for that. But we can turn some of the ones. Let's say if we were able to really be with the body, be with the breath, without any interruptions for quite some time. And then we can make a decision. Okay, now I'm going to use, this calmness to see to turn into vipassana. So how we can do that in some developing samadhi? Our focus, our attempt is always to settle the mind, and then use the body awareness or a breath or any other object be with it, and we don't allow any thoughts. We don't entertain any other thoughts. We quickly, notice them and come back. And even when we have other sensations, sounds, we don't pay attention. We won't restrict ourselves to this, selected, object. But when it comes to vipassana, when we feel enough calmness, and then we kind of loosen that, focus. Earlier we really want to be here, then now when you decide to do vipassana, you loosen your thorough focus and have a little bit more awareness, more open awareness, while still paying attention to the breath, while still grounding ourselves in the object. But you have little bit loosen and open awareness. And then if we happen to hear a sound, for example, the earlier we will say notice sound, and come back to the breath. But right now in vipassana practice, whenever you hear a sound, you notice how the sound started and how the sound ended. How it's not really a sound, so to speak, how it was like a movement, not really a thing, but it's a movement. You directly want to experience that whole thing. And even noticing that how that is not even a sound, it's simply a wave that hitting my eardrum, turn it to a sound. And then that is that that is a conditional state, it arose and it went away. So you see the arising and passing away. So if we then, let's say we have an itch or any other sensation. So then you notice the arising of that itch and cessation of that itch. And see because we tend to take everything as a solid object. So in Vipassana, we want to see nothing is solid. We want to experience it. We want to experience that fluid nature, experience that change in nature, and particularly arising and passing away. They don't even exist for a moment, although we feel like they are there. But in Vipassana, now I'm talking. It's still intellectual understanding. But in Vipassana, in that state, we really want to experience that any itch is not, there's no even an itch, so to speak. It's an arising of certain sensations and passing away that experiences. So when we turn our samadhi into Vipassana, we loosen our grip, loosen our focus, and have little bit more awareness, a little bit open, and then waiting for any experience to occur. Can be a sensation, can be a sound, can be even a thought. So any experience to occur, and whatever occurring, we notice the arising and passing away of it. And also we notice the imperfect nature of it. It means that in like dukkha nature, like they are empty. Nothing is like really fulfilling and satisfying. They are empty, imperfect, whatever experience. And then also we notice that they are not in my control. There's no controller to these whole things. Even itch, I cannot itch when I want. I cannot stop when I want. So it's simply an impersonal nature. All these experiences occurring due to causes and conditions without a controller and owner. So you also want to notice that impersonal nature of things. So it's like more like analysis. In samadhi, we don't want to analyze. We don't want to drop everything, and we just want to calm and peaceful. We just don't want to have any thought. We notice any thought. We notice any awareness, but any sounds or anything. But we just want to restrict ourselves and just want to calm and be away from any stimulation or be away from any thoughts or emotions. But after we reach certain stability in that, we can loosen up a little bit and then open for anything to occur. And instead of like dropping them, we catch them and then notice the arising and passing away, notice the imperfect, like unsatisfying nature, and then also notice impersonal nature. So that's what we do in Vipassana. Yeah.
So we can extend it to day-to-day life if we do that enough.
Yeah, even we don't have samadhi, we still can do. We cannot call them Vipassana, but we still can do like Dhamma Vichaya. Like still we can do like Yoniso Manasikara, like keep having that kind of mental framework and analyze anything that we experience. But in Vipassana, it's like we use very subtle experience. We directly experience it, and we actually seeing it rather than thinking about it. Yeah. But previous thinking about it in a proper way can help us to directly see it later. Yeah.
Like in the case of Atthikasanya, when you see a person, when you develop that, and then you see that.
That, eventually, that's Vipassana, when you come to that, First is Sanya, right, Sanya is more intellectual, more thinking, Vipassana is seeing,
When the concentration becomes deeper, does the breath become shorter and subtler?
Yes, exactly. But I think, usually breath tend to get subtler, but I think we can purposely delay that because, if you don't, so breath definitely going to become subtler. But before breath becomes subtler, we need to make our mindfulness strong. And if the mindfulness is not strong, breath will become subtler because of the physical relaxation, and then very difficult for us to catch the breath. and then then it is, we tend to like have other thoughts or lost in the meditation. So therefore, so even in the Anapanasati Sutta, before it breath gets subtle, in the beginning we pay attention to the length of the breath, and then we pay attention how breath is affecting our whole body, like in experiencing the whole breath. So I think in my experience I have noticed that breath tend to get subtler very quickly, but then my mindfulness is not strong enough, so I cannot really catch. Therefore, even my breath is getting subtler, I purposely try to lengthen the breath and then try to feel it in my whole body, and for some time, at least then I have more things to observe when my breath is a little longer. Like purposely lengthen it, purposely feel it throughout the body, and purposely feel how the whole body is, joining in this whole breathing experience. And then stay there for a while, purposely lengthening the breath, and then let it go. And then by then, even the breath becomes subtler and subtler. My mindfulness is strong that I even can notice this subtle changing happening in breath. It's very subtle, but I still can notice it. So it's definitely breath is getting subtler and subtler when our body and mind is settled. Yeah.
And then the body becomes cold and you feel as if you are lifted.
Yes.
Are those like
Yeah.
stages of
Yeah.
concentration?
Yeah. Actually, we call it passaddhi, or like even in Anapanasati Sutta, we call passambayang kaya sankhara. All the bodily functions are kind of settling down. And because there's no emotional agitation, there's no physical activity, so many bodily functions will settle down, calm down, and that is passaddhi, and we experience that whole physical relaxation and mental relaxation, and then of course then we will lead into samadhi. Yeah.
So for any person, any individual, these stages occur?
Yeah. I mean, if they do it without having, without, if they are able to like handle the distractions, yeah, this is the way naturally it's going to happen. Yeah. And settling of the breath and relaxation of the body, and then go into like deeper level of samadhi, which that's the experience of jhana. Next. That's slightly different actually. Yeah, I mean, those light or colors can appear also, but it doesn't happen to everyone. Yeah. So visually oriented people, it can happen. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
so every day, I go out into the world and I deal with other humans, right? And I work with challenging.
Yeah, all sentient beings, You have to work with the sentient
Not
beings.
one-centered being.
So then.
So what I'm trying to do is when I have a negative thought, or if I feel, I don't get angry much, but if I feel like a disturbance, I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I stop it at the inception, so it doesn't
Exactly.
get bigger. So I process it. Why? And I ask myself, why am I feeling like this? And then I will,
How you drop that?
how do I do that?
Yeah, I mean, okay. How you stop thinking about that irritation? What kind of counter thinking you use?
I use my spirit.
No. I mean, let's say, like you felt irritated, by something happened. Okay, so you say you first notice it,
Yeah.
and then you try not to continue that.
Right.
So in order not to continue, you need to like.
Oh, what do I do?
Yeah. What you do? How you think about it?
Well, first I'll look at the situation, and if there isn't anything I can do about it, if I can't, I can't control anything, so I either can accept it, whatever the situation is.
Although it is unpleasant.
If it's unpleasant, yeah. I would rather just accept the situation for what it is and then just go.
Okay.
Because I don't want to get...
Yeah.
But sometimes I don't know if I'm being selfish.
Yeah, it's being selfish.
Because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah. It's being selfish, but it's not a wrong, there's not a bad way of being selfish. There's a good way of being selfish.
Okay.
Yeah, because that will help the other beings, later. Yeah, I mean, because I think I'm glad that you can notice the disturbance. Use the word disturbance. So many of us, we don't notice that disturbance. We don't notice that initial irritation. And then we keep thinking about it, we try to react to that situation, and then we develop stronger emotions. So in your case, if you can notice that early stage of irritation and disturbance, that's great. That's like a very good skill, almost like you have installed a very good program. You can notice all the viruses even before they attack. Yeah, because for many of us, that's the reason. We only notice it when we are emotionally agitated, and we have so much of emotions, and then only we notice, oh, what had happened to me. But we don't notice the beginning of it. The earlier you notice it, the easier for us to handle it. So I'm glad that if you can notice at the very early stage, that's a great thing.
It didn't happen right away. I was always a very emotional person. I acted on every single emotion,
But through the practice.
Yeah. To the extreme most of the time.
So through practice now you kind of start to notice the initial, the irritation, initial disturbance, and then try to handle the situation right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it ties into another practice that I practice. So, which is, I practice the 12 steps.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, and I've been doing that for 10 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I think the transition into Buddhism there's a lot of similarities in the mind, like what you need to do to get yourself.
Yeah, okay. So I think, you are doing it correctly, yeah. Because I just wanted to know earlier, because sometimes, the way that we drop, the initial irritation, we notice initial irritation or disturbance, and how we analyze it, how we think about it is important, yeah. So I think sometime, let's say some people want to start a discussion on politics, okay? I'll say something. Let's say they want to talk about it, and then if sometime you may think that okay, like discussing this thing is not really bringing me any benefit. Two of us may not even be able to change the situation, right? And if you think that there's no point of being part of this discussion, okay. So, and because you don't want to have a strong emotion, you don't want to feel frustrated, and so it sounds very selfish. And so you kind of, accept what the person is saying, but you don't try to argue against it, and you try to divert the discussion to something else, right? So it sounds very selfish because you want to protect your mind. But that selfishness is not a bad thing. Because of course, we have to be responsible citizens, and there are things that we need to discuss. We need to come to an agreement. We have to find solution, definitely, So we should not forget our responsibility as the citizens of a society. But sometimes talking too much about them is not really helping, right? It's simply we make us emotionally agitated, and it's personally hurtful, personally damaging to our health, our emotions, and because once we have a heated argument with this person, it's gone. But when you go home, we carry that negative energy to people at home, and we again quarrel with them, right? And so it's not really healthy. So therefore, it's really intelligent not to have such an argument, such tense conversation. So if you notice and if you really want to avoid it, and if you avoid it for very selfish reason, it's not a bad selfishness, it's a good selfishness in a way, because that will help so many others. For example, your family, you know. Yeah. Yes.
I can talk to my parents about politics, so I don't even.
So is there a way we can intellectually talk the facts, not taking it as mine or my thoughts, just discuss, just put forward the ideas, and whatever the other person say, you don't take it, it is told to me. So it was not, I am not attacked, there's no me. So that way also I feel like it's easier. You just discuss the fact, you just discuss the ideas, but it doesn't affect inside the mind, just the intellectual.
Yeah, I think that's a very skillful communication, because the problem with us is that whenever we present an idea, we presented even facts, information, we somehow feel kind of ownership to that, and we feel like we are in that side. So if someone is arguing against that, we feel like it's personally attacking us. So if we can really dissociate, I mean, if you really can see these things as, you know, maybe opinions, maybe facts, but not necessarily just because I said it, it doesn't mean that, you know, I have to defend this. You know, sometimes other person may not accept it, but that's okay. If we can still communicate without having feeling to defend it, that's great skill. Right? Because the reason that we want to defend it, that we feel ownership to the idea that we say. You know, so it's difficult, but if we can do that, that's a good, skillful communication.
I'll just share, I practice the 12 steps also. And one of the big things when you practice that is the serenity prayer. I don't know if you've ever heard of the serenity prayer.
The 6th step, right?
No, it's a prayer that is said often, and it's, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
That will.
I struggled with that for a long time. And
for
when
many.
I started learning about Buddhism, that was one of the things that, I mean, for 10 years I was trying to figure out, well, what do I have to change and what do I have to accept and let go? You know, if a child is in my home doing whatever, do I accept it or do I intervene and try to change the situation? And that prayer is gaining the wisdom to know the difference. And for me, in Buddhism, it came to right view. And understanding that everybody has a different perspective from where they're standing, from where they grew up, where they are in their life right now, what if they're male and female, all these things. And I think that when I started to practice and I really began to understand dependent origination and how things arise, and trying to gain a wholesome view of this situation, a lot of the arguments just fell away, because when you have a wholesome view of the right view, then you're kind of in, Bhante talks about this, harmonious. It's kind of a flow and a harmonious kind of a thing. So I've just recently gained a new perspective on that, and I've been, when I look at that prayer, because of Buddhism, it's a whole new universe, it's a whole new experience, it's very harmonious for me, so I just wanted to share that.
So not trying to or judge or maybe try to get everybody agree with us, right? And then accepting that everyone is their own journey and they are in different stages.
It's all about perspective. If we put a bottle in this room and it had different labels, and you looked at the purple side and she was looking at the gray side and I was looking at the red side, you would say it's purple and I would say it's red, she'd say it's gray, and then we would all be right, wouldn't we?
Right, but there would be the one person who would argue with you.
Right, but that's, you don't have to, and that's when I think I learned so much about when we talk about perspective, that there's a perspective and then there's an interpretation as a person, and then a meaning that we put behind everything. So my day is spent a lot of just you know, do I have to interpret this and give it meaning? Is it mine to even attach to and fix, or, you know what I mean? So just not giving much meaning to things and just letting things be, letting even sounds and colors, and like you were talking about with insight, vipassana, that when you hear a bird chirping outside, that knowing that it's just vibration that's coming into the ear, you know, and your perspective interpretation is what gets you emotionally hindered.
Hinders, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So if you don't give it meaning and you just let it be a vibration and sound, and you're not attaching to it, you're free. And it's just so powerful. It's changed my life immensely. And I've catapulted, even, you know, went through the 12 steps. But yes, this Buddhism is at a very deep, powerful level. I feel so much gratitude to the teaching, and thank you for spending time with us.
Thank you, yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that, you know, and Buddha had said that, you know, once, if we establish in the right view, and we have freed ourselves from mass of suffering. I mean, if we establish in right view, you know, I mean, otherwise we are vulnerable to experience so many repeated cycles of suffering, every conversation, every encounter, you know. So once you establish yourself in the right view, Buddha say that, you know, we have freed ourselves from such, you know, wide suffering.
It's
Yeah.
harmonious from there.
Yeah.
Bhante Pemaratana, it's harmonious.
Yeah, yeah.
How do you live harmoniously with people that you're close to in your life that don't have the same mindset?
Yeah. Yeah, families and friends who may not really follow, you know, the kind of, you know, path, and yeah, it's really, you know, it's like a plane between, you know, compassion and equanimity. Yeah, so you have to be compassionate towards them. So therefore, you need to help them, right? You need to like see, you know, how you see things, but, you know, not really imposing them, but you want them to like grow. And so you have compassion. You don't want them to suffer, you know. You want them to be better. You want them to, you know, grow. So therefore, you will try. But in that whole struggle, you will create more suffering sometime, you know. So we have to be very skillful the way we share the Dhamma with them. Very skillful, you know, and we cannot really, you know, bring them to, you know, kind of, you know, practice kind of understanding that we are doing at once. It takes time. So therefore, we can be compassionate, like trying to help them, trying to see what you know, I mean, trying to help them to see what they can't see, but not really attaching, or not really expecting. No, I mean, we can try without having expectation that that will work. So you can be compassionate, but it's really important to have the equanimity, like accepting, like as you say, in accepting. So it's like, you know, you want to help, but it's still you are limited.
Because you can very easily live in the fantasy of if they got it. You could live in the fantasy in your head. Like you were saying, you were speaking to that. So moving your mind. Yeah. You know, if this person listens to all of my advice, they're going to be perfect, and then they're going to be perfect for me, and I just created you, right? But that never happens.
Yeah.
You know, because humans have their own sense of
and then we are all in a journey.
Yeah.
And we are in different stages, and sometimes we are fast, sometimes we are slow. Yeah, so we have to be compassionate. So we, you know, try to like be helpful. At least try not to contribute to their suffering. At least they may be suffering, you know, due to their own, you know, things, but we don't want to add any more suffering. They are already suffering in life. So even in an effort to correct them, you know, even an effort to like help them, we should not be like adding more suffering to them. So our help should be very mild, very subtle, very gentle, very skillful also. Sometimes simply listening to them, you know. Sometimes, you know, just maybe just being there, you know, like showing them an example. Yeah, not much through talking, but just being. Just be with them, and they will see how you handle a situation. They will see how you respond, and that will kind of influence them. So, and then but also not having like fixed expectations that they will change. They will have their own pace. Yeah. So that's called equanimity, like accepting it at one point. Yeah.
Also, I feel like sometimes when you share your experience in that situation, I have done this and it has worked for me. And if I were you, I would do this, not telling them to. I feel like that.
That way of presenting it, right?
Yeah. Like the solution is there, but I'm not telling you to do it.
Yeah.
But if I were you, I would do this, or if in a situation like this, I have done this and it has worked.
Right.
So that person will not feel like we are
giving them admonitions, right?
So
they tend to accept it, right? Yeah, right, when you present that.
Especially with like teenagers, it's like I have gone through that. This is how I have seen it, and at that time I thought the same way you did, and now I realize this, and it ended up like this. Like sharing that, and then accepting it's okay to feel like that. That has worked for me.
Yeah.
Just leave little breadcrumbs, little Buddhism breadcrumbs, and just lead by example, and hopefully people follow.
Could you say more about overcoming restlessness and worry?
Okay. Overcoming restlessness and worry. So we just read that sutta, that how it can arise, yeah. So how we can one thing would be actually, so when we have this restlessness and also the worry, the restless, and these are like thoughts, and we tend to like entertain them. Like even let's say we start like worry, we regret, and then we say that, oh yeah, and this happened, and we try to bring more memories and more memories. So we have some kind of attachment to pain. Although we want to be free from suffering, there's also a subtle element, that we kind of want to maybe punish ourselves, maybe. So we have this attachment to pain. For example, that can be a tendency. Like even we expect the worst also, and only maybe we are planning to do something, certain things are not working, but many other things are working, but then we tend to think that okay, it's going to fail. Almost like we want it to fail, we like to fail. So we have to really notice that subtle attachment or pleasure that we take in the pain or in the failure. So anyway, so the reason that we engage in these restless thoughts and anxious and these worries and anxious is that somehow we kind of entertain, we kind of enjoy these painful thoughts. So one way to get rid of that actually, so in other times we need to have more pleasant thoughts and like not while we are having the restlessness, but other times when you don't have them, and then purposely try to produce more pleasant, like wholesome thoughts, like loving kindness meditation, and then even like creating some pleasant things. So try to be familiar with these pleasant thoughts, or if not be familiar with the calmness, like not much thoughts, but more like a bodily relaxation and mental relaxation. So we try to purposely, maybe with some effort, to guide our mind to be familiar, be comfortable with either peace or the wholesome thoughts. So, I mean, that's what the people feel bored because they're not comfortable with peace. So when they're not comfortable, when they are not familiar with that peace, and then restlessness, all these thoughts are the kind of, norm, become the norm. So, of course, as a way to overcome them, of course, we can use our mindfulness, mean like just become aware of the thoughts themselves. When these thoughts are coming powerfully, repeatedly coming in, and almost like we develop a kind of awareness about them, and simply watch, these thoughts are coming, and feel the impact it's doing to our body, and so it's almost like we develop a second mind to watch these thoughts that are arising. So we're seeing them above, So that's what you do, what you call mindfulness. So one way to be aware of these thoughts, and then simply observe them without really denying and even blaming for having those thoughts. Simply observing, this is the nature of the mind right now. Not always, but it is right now. So you simply observe it, and also recognize this is a pattern, this is a habit, and then happening. But you don't feed it. You don't feed it, and then you try to simply observe them without really identify yourself with them. Create a kind of distance, and stay more in the awareness part, not in the thought parts. So keep observing it, without really adding anything to it, not adding any other memory to it, and keep observing and thoroughly, and even using the breath as a way. So and alternating the breath will be changing the breath will be a good way. First observe it, and then any worries and anxieties and those thoughts will also change the body, particularly the breath. You will see the fast breath when we're having these thoughts. So after observing these thoughts, noticing these thoughts, and then you purposely change the body. You take a deep, long in-breath, slow one, and take such few long, slow breaths. And you change the body, not the mind. But then as a result of that, it can have a big influence on the mind too. It's like simply taking those breaths. And that is what we can do while we are having those, thoughts. But then, in order for us to strongly do that, we need another practice while we are not having these thoughts. So that is mainly, filling our mind with wholesome thoughts, like loving kindness thoughts, and even doing a loving kindness meditation on another time. So that way we become so familiar, so comfortable with these loving kindness thoughts. And then, of course, we can also do contemplation, the qualities of the Buddha, and any other great personalities. So we kind of fill our mind with all wholesome thoughts on the time that we are not having these thoughts. So we have a different familiarity, and we purposely do it, and it becomes. And once more you do it, and then it becomes kind of like a natural part of you, right? So if you are doing a lot of loving kindness thoughts, loving kindness meditation, and then even when you are having wandering mind, most of some thoughts at least, or majority of the thoughts, going to be loving kindness thoughts, like wishing well-being. But you have to do it purposely, separately. So two approaches. While we are having them, observe them, notice them. Don't really try to feed any of them. Don't really identify yourself with them. Just simply notice that this is a habit, this is a pattern, this is how mind works right now. So observe it, and then change the breath. And then that way we can settle a little bit, and then we can maybe purposely pay attention to something else. But then on the different time we have to develop, more wholesome thoughts. But sometimes, those restlessness and worries can come to us because of the real issues that we have in our life. So then we have to attend to them too. Not only manage our thoughts, but also let's say I kind of hurt someone, and then later I realized that I really hurt that person, and I start to feel worried. So then so of course we can handle the thoughts while having it, but then maybe after a while, after we take time, maybe approach that person if the person is living far away, even sending letter, whatever, just expressing our our, expressing our regret, like make some, amendments, and really express that. If you cannot really express face to face, if you aggravate the situation, maybe through writing, and then, or it could be many other things, because sometimes those things, those thoughts come not from simply imagination or fantasy, they can come from real situations. So we really have to find a way to settle them, and then we, do something about it. It's even a simple thing, even like forgiving oneself. I had a similar situation that one person's an old person, and he always, whenever I visit him, he always requested that I should come to his funeral. And he really, wanted that. But when he really passed away, due to other obligation, I could not attend that funeral. So I had two options. I can go to this funeral, but there's also other demand. So at that moment, I decided the other demand. And then later I started to feel so much of regret, because this person is innocent request for me to come, and I didn't do that. So it was so difficult. It was bothering me for some time. Having this thought, and I did not do that. How ungrateful I am. How unkind I am. So. But now, in this situation, I even cannot resolve this. I cannot say sorry. I can say sorry to family, but this was a request from this person. So it took me a while to kind of forgive myself. So yeah, it is wrong. Yeah, I did it. I acknowledge it. But I kind of forgive myself. That's gone. That's not really. That is my old self. It's not even me right now, right? It's like the same process, but it was all. But I acknowledge it. I forgive myself. I make a determination not to repeat such things. Pay more attention next time. But it took me a while to give that acceptance, give that forgiveness to me. So after doing that, those worries or regrets were less actually. And so sometimes we had to do something, some amendments, something we had to do. And sometimes it can come from anxieties, like anxiety means real thing, maybe a job situation or financial situation. And so we had to make some plans for that, and real plans, yeah.
So it's coming also from the external environment that we live in.
Exactly, yeah.
Restlessness and anxiety, like the society we live in, maybe the country, all that also happens up. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah. And
I feel like it's more now.
yeah, more now enough.
It's very
Yeah.
unsettling. The world is unsettling.
Yeah. So yes, I think we look for order, and we kind of construct order, but the real nature of the world is disorder. There's causes and conditions. There's a particular pattern that's moving, but we look for an order. But we can maintain an order for some time, but it has to be replaced by another order. So we just have to accept it. Yeah. So environment definitely affects us, and so that's why we need to train, like not to be that much affected, but we have to respond to it, because we are living with that. But with mindfulness and other practices kind of prevent us from being so much affected by that.
I think it's interesting that you use the word comfortable quite, a little bit about,
being comfortable with the wholesome thoughts.
Yeah, just, I recently, when I've gotten news that, a death of a loved one and the shock of a situation, each moment felt like each breath was just so painful for days. Literally every breath was just, it felt like I was kind of, on a roller coaster with having my hands up and just having nothing to hold on to. And I had to, tell myself it's impermanent. the emotion that the body is feeling, and that I'm feeling, you have to remember impermanence in each breath, and that it's gonna change, and that the emotion is gonna change. And in the past, when I've gotten shocking news or information that made me uncomfortable, I would often just act emotionally and then stuff that inside my body, and it actually made my body very physically sick because I wasn't really riding out the emotions and letting myself feel things, and just, I was just going into action of doing and just
not really processing it. And
not processing it. And I think that in our society, we're trained not to process things, and that we stuff things, and it makes some of us very physically sick, and some others by doing things like addictive behavior and other things like that to comfort. We want to be comfortable. That feeling that I had of the shock, a few months ago, it was so uncomfortable, and there's no place to run and hide, so you just have to breathe through it and just keep telling myself, okay. And it did go away. And I did take action, like you talked about. Sometimes you have to get up and you have to take an action and make plans and do things.
Yeah.
And that's okay. So, when I wasn't in that state of feeling complete shock and uncomfortable, like an uncomfortable heart, emotion, the chitta, once, I was there and I was able to soothe it, I was able to get up and do plans, and then it eventually calmed down, and it did pass, and then you kind of look past at it, and,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I think with particularly with the grief, sometimes grief, and when it is there, it's really strong. We really cannot, deny it, get rid of it. But at least knowing that this grief has its own life. It's going to go. I'm not going to live like this forever. Yeah, and it's so strong. But simply having that awareness at the back of the mind. Okay, I'm experiencing it. This is like experiencing the different landscape of my mental life. It's hard, it's difficult, but it's exploring a kind of challenging landscape. But eventually it's going to go away. That just awareness that this is going to go away can be liberating. Okay, so we have come to the end of our retreat. We made a genuine effort to ground ourselves in our body. Use our body as a safe place, as a refuge, to be away from, not to be disturbed, but not to be pulled by our senses. And we find that nice refuge in our body. And then also we learn about hindrances and develop this ability to notice them and recognize them when they arise, and then not to feed them, and they starve them, we experience some calmness in our body and mind. So by doing that, making that genuine effort, we give ourselves a good training that's going to help us in our future life. But we can also share this practice, whatever skills, whatever merits that we generated, through this practice, we can share with others, and particularly, with our parents, with our teachers, whoever guided us, even with all others living beings, we can share. So we can end the retreat with sharing of merits. Okay. So here in the chanting papers, we have a section called Sharing Merits and Aspiration. So we will read that and end the retreat. Okay. So think about, the effort that you made from the beginning of the day. Early in the morning, you made an effort to come here and prepare yourself. You came with a good purpose, wholesome purpose. Whatever training we got here right today is going to help and benefit so many other living beings. This whole practice is not only for ourselves, but whatever training we did is going to benefit whoever we are interacting with, So it is to benefit many living beings. So by genuinely committing to this practice, we have generated so much of good merits, good karma, and let us share these good merits with others. And first of all, let us recall to our mind whoever our family members and teachers who have passed away, our good friends. Let us share these merits with them and wish them to rejoice in these good merits and be benefited from these merits, and may they be well and happy wherever they may be. With these thoughts, let us chant in Pali together with me. Idang mi ñātīnaṃ hotu sukita huntu ñātayo. Idang mi ñātīnaṃ hotu sukita huntu ñātayo. Idang mi ñātīnaṃ hotu sukita huntu ñātayo. Let us also share these merits with all other living beings. If there's any living being who would like to share this merit, may he or she do so. May all living beings share our merits. May all living beings be well, happy, and peaceful. Ittavata ca amhihi sambhataṃ puñya sampadaṃ sabbe deva anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya sabbe bhuta anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya sabbe sattha anumodantu sabba sampatti siddhya. Let us read the English sharing merits together. By the blessings that have arisen from my practice, may my venerable preceptors and teachers who have helped me, mother, father, and relatives, male and female rulers, worldly powers, virtuous human beings, the higher beings, the demons and high gods, the guardian deities of the world and celestial beings, the Lord of death, friendly people, indifferent and hostile, may all beings be well. May the skillful deeds done by me bring you the threefold bliss. May this quickly bring you to the deathless. By means of this meritorious deed, and through this aspiration, may I quickly attain the cutting off of craving and clinging. Whatever faults I have done until I am liberated, may they quickly perish. Wherever I am born, may there be an upright mind, mindfulness and wisdom, austerity and vigor. May no harmful influences weaken my efforts. The Buddha is the unsurpassed protector. The Dhamma is the supreme protection. Peerless is the silent Buddha. The Sangha is my true refuge. By the power of these exalted ones, may I rise above all defilements. By means of these meritorious deeds, may I never join the foolish. May I join always with the wise, until the time I attain Nibbana. May the suffering be free from suffering. May the fear struck be free from fear. May the grieving be free from grief. So too may all beings be. From the highest realm of existence to the lowest, may all beings arise in these realms, with form and without form, with perception and without perception, be released from all suffering and attain to perfect peace. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Does anyone would like to thank Bhante? Same few words, and add in your what you learned today. Yeah.
What did we learn? What did we learn?
Yeah. Learn and hear. Yeah, a lot. Yes. No. So, if you would like to say some thank you, Bhante, a few words.
This was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bhante, thank you very much for spending your time
You're most welcome, Bhante.
today from 8:30 to until 4:30. So we wishing to our Venerable Bhante to have a longevity and good health to do the Dhamma work for the benefits of all living beings. So we enjoy a lot today, and Bhante shared his Dhamma knowledge to our members who participated in person as well as the remote. And they all wishing you to have a good health and healthy life.
Yeah, thank you, Bhante.
So, not yet finished. The Bhante is going to deliver the Dhamma sermon 7 p.m. 7 p.m. to 8. So,
But in Sinhala, right?
I think Bhante, we want to discuss it.
Discuss it, okay.
Yeah. And we cordially invite to our Dhamma friends, if you have a time, please join in person or remote. From 6:30 we are starting offering to the Buddha, 30 minutes offering, and right after the offering we start the Dhamma sermon, 7 p.m. and 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Our session. So Bhante got too much tired today.
Not really. Yeah.
And then Bhante has to go visit the New York temple tonight. He's going to conducting another retreat tomorrow in New York temple.
Similar program tomorrow.
Similar, yeah. So
they give me a lot of work when I'm here.
So again, thank you, Bhante. So we are very happy to see you for a
I'm
long
also so
time.
glad to be back here, Bhante, after maybe 3 years, after COVID, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And Bhante got connected to the Dhamma remote for the Dhamma
talks,
Dhamma sermons and the children programs. So Bhante is always helping us to conduct the Dhamma sessions at our temple. So we want to thank you again and hope to see you at the session. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you those who are joining remote. And we wish you all, may you be well, happy and peaceful, and finally attain bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Consider